Hello everyone, welcome in, welcome in. Before I change this scene, let me just tell you what songs we listened to. So that was See Repent and Ghost by Ray Kerfoot. I really like the ending part of Ghost, that little bit where it all comes together, that's really sick. But then I love kind of everything that the man has put out, so there's no real surprises there. And let me take you on over to this other scene that I have over here. We will be looking at some news. There we go. And before I do anything else, let me also put on some background music, if you'll allow me. Let us see. Alright, so, that out of the way, I think we've done all the dirty deeds. We last did the news about a week ago, actually, like 6 days ago. It was on the 24th, I think. So last time I was able to stream. I had a really hectic weekend, but all good stuff, actually. Really enjoyable, so can't really complain. Feeling nice and recharged, for sure. And I have done quite a bit of research about the new battle tomes, I would say. Like, the amount that anyone right now, I feel like, can kind of sort of do. So let's actually get into it. We're just gonna, like, blitz through most of the stuff. There's been a lot, obviously. There were a lot of reveals at LVO, for example, and we can't really ignore that, so pretty much. Yo, welcome in, Ren. How you doing? I hope you're doing okay. I'm just gonna be looking at some stuff and maybe sharing some info that is available from certain other channels, and I'll be mentioning that. But I'm not gonna open all the tabs because that'll, you know, make me feel like there's endless amounts of news, which there kind of is. But let's look at something that I alluded to. I was really curious about the Gloomspite Gits rules last week, but they didn't release them on Tuesday because they went with Beasts of Chaos. And the Beasts, like, had some really interesting rules to begin with, and now we're looking at some, you know, even cooler stuff. Can you lower the music volume a little bit? Oh, yeah, of course. Excuse me. I thought it was okay. I did, like, a sound check before, and I thought it was, like, completely fine, but apparently, perhaps I was wrong. I hope it's better now. Lowered it by quite a bit. If it's still bad, please let me know. But yeah, so on Wednesday, as it was expected, they had a reveal about the Gits rules. Now, it's good. Thank you for letting me know. But yeah, so they revealed some of the Gits rules. Now, I'm going to go into some extreme detail here a little bit, basically, because I've checked out AOS Coach is a great YouTube channel, a great resource for battle tomes and a lot of other, like, high-level play stuff, as the name of the channel implies. And he had, like, a video basically primed and ready to go for both of the new battle tomes. And I've since taken the time to actually watch both of those to get, like, a feel for what the new books are like for Gloomspite Gits and Beasts of Chaos. And while, you know, it was just like a cursory, like, watching of a video, I wasn't taking notes or whatever, but I feel like I got a pretty good idea of what some of these things do. So, for example, they revealed Skragrott the Loon King. So his spell used to be Nick It, which essentially dealt damage to enemy heroes, and also if your casting roll was high enough, then you could turn off their artifacts of power. Now, this is not a spell he knows any longer. Well, technically, he still knows it. This is where it gets interesting. So it used to be his signature War Scroll spell on the unit, basically, but that's no longer the case. Nick It is now part of the Gloomspite Gits spell lore, so anybody can basically have access to the spell in particular. And Scraggy here actually gets access to it because he is a lore master of that lore, and he knows everything from there. He also has his own spell, which is Fangs of the Bad Moon, which used to be a battle trait ability that would trigger essentially once every battle round where you had your hero phase, and you could deal some mortal wounds to some horde units by rolling, like, a die. You had to roll equal to or under the unit size, and it dealt D3 mortal wounds. Very finicky, really strange, didn't tend to do much. So they changed it. So now it's a spell that Skragrott can do, and I think the inspiration for this spell actually, like this turning into a spell, in addition to Scraggy's lore, is that one piece of artwork that I'm sure you've seen, where he's, like, beckoning to the sky with, like, a really messed up expression, and there's, like, meteor showers coming from behind him. It looks sick. That's some great art. And now there's an actual spell that works just like it, and it's a really good spell. It's like artillery, basically. So it has a casting value of 3. I'm pretty sure this is the lowest casting value spell that I've ever seen. And basically, it has a range of 24 inches. You get to pick an enemy unit, and basically for your casting roll, you roll a die for each. So if you roll a 10, then you roll 10 dice, and for each 3+, the target unit suffers 1 mortal wound. It's a really simple spell, but it's just like mortal wounds, It synergizes really well with like various terrains, like terrain pieces. So if you have like arcane terrain, because it's not the unmodified casting roll, but the actual casting roll in total. So if you have any kind of, you know, ways of influencing that, like this will be helped immensely. It basically scales with your damage output. So it's pretty great. This is a really good spell. This is a really good change in general. I will mention that this this spell does come at the cost of Scragrot's staff like ranged attacks, so you can no longer shoot with the staff. The staff is more like a combo enabler, because the moon on a stick actually gives you the light of the bad moon if you're wholly within 12 inches. Again, pretty interesting. So Squig Hoppers and Boingrot Bounders and Mangler Squigs and Loon bosses on Mangler Squig, and I think the Squig boss on Gargantuan Squig have also changed their movement value from like 3d6. Boingrots used to be 2d6, which was ridiculously bad, but now it's, generally speaking, d6 plus 10 for most of the guys. I think Squig Herds are d6 plus 4 or 5, something along those lines. The Boingrots are d6 plus 7, so a lot more consistent all around the board, basically. Very, very good change. If you really liked Squigs before, this is just straight up better for you. This is more aimed at competitive play, basically, to get people that were previously really not considering Squigs at all to maybe give them a chance. And I mean, hey, it's a good change overall. So the new hero, Dr. Doom, Grot Edition, we've seen some stuff about him before, but, you know, he's got the Mycophiles pouch. And basically he has, actually in addition to these two, I think there's a third ability here that they didn't include. But basically what you get to do is, in your hero phase, you can pick one friendly Squig unit within 3 inches of this unit. You can feed them a batch of mushrooms. And if you do so, you can pick one of the one of the listed effects here. The only like caveat is you can't buff the same unit with this ability more than once. So even if you have multiple Squig bosses, you can't like create a Death Star, which I think is a good call, and kind of how the game has been going forward for a while now. So, the effects that we have here is the Crimson Death Cap, which is basically plus 3 inches to your move. Now, again, you'll notice that this is particularly interesting for stuff like Squig Hoppers, because at that point you're going d6 plus 13, which has the potential to be really, really good. I don't know if they spoil it in here. I don't think they spoil the Bad Moon. Maybe in a previous article they did. But the Bad Moon effects are largely unchanged. So Squigs, for example, get the Lunar Squig's ability if you are affected by the light of the Bad Moon, which means that your Squig units can run and charge if they're within the Bad Moon's light. So again, that's really, really exciting, especially with how much control they're giving you now, basically, because the battle trait used to work like not at all in first battle round. So the Bad Moon used to start off at the table, and then it would move in. If you actually made that roll, it would go like into either the, you know, quarter, like center of the quarter that was closest to the corner you picked, or it could move into the center. Now moving into the center was good, but you had to roll a 6 for it. And with bad rolling, you could have just one turn of your battle trait. Now they've basically fixed that. The way it works is the moon is already in the quarter that you pick. So from battle round 1 onwards, you have access to Light of the Bad Moon. If you, like, you need to roll a die still at the beginning of the battle round, so before priority roll, to see what the moon actually does, and it's basically now a coin flip. On a 1 to 3, it doesn't move at all. On a 4, 5, or 6, it moves over 1. And if it goes to the center, it still affects the whole table. So this is kind of interesting because it's much better. In Battle Round 1, being able to get access to your battle trait is really, really important. And the fact that in Battle Round 2, there's a 50% chance that you'll have it just, you know, affect the whole table is fantastic. Not to mention that you still have a 50% chance after that, ideally, basically, if you do get the fabled 4, 5, or 6 roll top of turn 2, and then turn 3 onwards, if you're just rolling like under 3, then you can have your battle trait active on the whole table. But if you don't do that, we kind of mentioned this before, you can just bring Scraggy over here. He's got access to the moon. The Malevolent Moon Endless spell also gives you Light of the Bad Moon, actually, within 12 inches of it. So there are a couple ways. The Loon Shrine also still gives you the effect. So there's a lot of ways to still basically turn on your battle traits, even if the moon isn't cooperating, but the moon is more cooperative now than it used to be. And as I mentioned, Squigs basically get to run and charge, so adding even more movement to that is incredible. You You also have the Sproutin' Moon, which is add 1 to the attack's characteristic of the unit's Fang-filled Gob, Massive Fang-filled Gob, or Huge Fang-filled Gobs. So these are, I believe, basically all the melee weapons that Squigs get access to, and they've all kind of gotten +1 attack across the board, which is very exciting. So Squigs are looking really, really good as well. Definitely more consistent, a lot more buff potential. I think this guy also has an ability, like a once per game, where he can unleash the Squigs, and I believe every Squig herd unit, or perhaps Squig unit wholly within 12 inches of him, gets to make a free move in the hero phase, which is really, really cool. There's a lot of fun to be had with that. Now, Trogs are kind of incredible, because old regen used to be tied to your own hero phase, but now it's at the start of any hero phase. You can heal up to D3 wounds allocated to the unit. Now, the D3 heal is basically the heal, like this is regular regeneration, which is an ability that the Fellwater, the Pukey Trogs, and the Rockgut, the Stony Trogs, actually get. The bigger dudes get what's called greater regeneration, and it's mentioned here as well that actually they get to do D6. Now, what's really crazy about this is a massive improvement, like, let's be real, because you're getting it twice as often. Because every single hero phase, like, you're not screwed over by the player turn order anymore. That's huge. That's such a big help, and that really, really makes Troggots, at least for me, as a primarily Destruction player, a very interesting army. Because previously, and in general you see this with Destruction, because they're a very close combat-focused army, but tend to have very few tricks, and get a lot of advantages on the charge, Destruction armies, by and large, basically live and die based on the turn order. If you can double turn, you're very likely to win, because you can make a lot of stuff happen with a good double turn. If you don't get to double turn, you're well and truly fucked. And that's the problem, basically. That was the problem also for Gloomspite Gitz. Now, for Trogs, it doesn't seem to hurt as much, because your movement is still relatively low with 6-inch across the board, basically. But you do regenerate in every single hero phase, so it doesn't matter what the opponent is doing to you. If they're not finishing those models, if they're not killing your stuff, then it's going to be regenerating. And if you have the actual Bad Moon Loon Shrine terrain on the table, killed units of Fellwater Trogs and Rocket Troggots can come back at like half strength. So if it was a unit of 3 Trogs, and they get killed, you're still potentially getting back 2. If it was a big block of 6 or 9, you're getting back like 3 to 5, basically, which is incredible. Now, the big guys don't get to come back, but the big guys are significantly better now. What's really, really nasty here is they mention it in the article that Glog's Megamob have an even better version of this, and they're not kidding. Because the way Glog's Megamob works, Monstrous Regeneration, is after a Trog unit has finished making its attacks in the combat phase, it triggers its regeneration ability. So if you go in, your whole army's fighting the opponent's army, and you get some damage dealt to you, but something doesn't get killed, let's say like someone leaves one of your Rocket Troggots on like 1 wound, you attack back later on in the same combat phase, do some damage with, who cares, you're doing like D6, like D3 regen on that model, potentially going back up to full. This is even nastier on the big lads, like the Dankhold Troggoth and the Dankhold Trog bosses, because they get to do D6. Like, that's nasty. That's really, really nasty, actually. They also mentioned the Moon Clan Stab has become shockingly bold at snagging objectives when gathered in large numbers. So I looked up this rule, and the way it works is if a unit of Moon Clan Stabbas has at least 20 models in it, then they get to contest objectives from within 9 inches, rather than 6, which is a very, very fun rule. Like, you can play the objective game better than other people can, as long as you bring hordes. So Moon Clan has, like, really, really good control, for, like, board control, essentially. The Arachnarok Spiders got, like, a minor adjustment, so the Spider Venom for Arachnaroks is flat 3 mortal wounds on a 6, and the battle trait still interacts the same way. So, for example, in the Light of the Bad Moon, your Spider Venom triggers on a 5 or a 6. It's kind of neither here nor there. There's a lot of ways to get the Bad Moon, like the Light of the Bad Moon on these spiders as well, as we've mentioned, with certain units and certain endless spells. And there's still a lot of stuff that adds to your damage output. Now, the downside with a lot of that stuff, I guess if it is a downside, is if your Spider Venom is triggering on a 5, it's not affected, like the rolls of 5 are not treated as a 6, obviously. So what I'm trying to say is a lot of the effects that give you even more mortal wound damage output when your Spider Venom triggers are tied to the natural 6 roll. There's a lot of spells and whatnot that add like +1 to the mortal wound output that you have. And the issue with that is like a little bit that if you roll 5s, you don't get that. So it can easily turn into a situation where like your Ragnarok, after it's buffed up, on a 6 deals something like 5 mortal wounds, but only on a 6. And on a 5 it just deals 3, and on everything else it just kind of hits. So it's not bad, but I think Spider-Fang are kind of like definitely not the greatest winners here with this book. The Gabapalooza is now 1 unit. They kind of make a reference to this. Ale Guzzlers actually charge 3d6, and their Drunken Stagger only triggers if you roll a triple, so that's much, much better. I don't know what they're referring to with this, like, build a whole army of what. I didn't see anything like that. I don't believe you can bring Battle Line Dankholds, which makes me a little bit sad, but at the same time saves me from having to buy, I don't know, more, like 6 more of them. So perhaps it's a good thing. I will mention that the Dankhold Troggoths, the only core battalion in the book that is like new and completely unique to Gloomspite, is called Dankhold Heavies. And the Dankhold Heavies is basically like a very, very simple core battalion. You can put a Dankhold Trogboss and a Dankhold Troggoth in it. There's no other options, and it gives you the Magnificent enhancement, which is basically an extra enhancement. Now this is potentially good for unlocking additional artifacts, or, I mean, I don't see what else you would use it for, but I'm not that competitively minded with the Trogs. I would just use it to try to get the Troggoth artifacts, and all 3 that exist are actually pretty good this time around. A lot of them got either massive changes or really good adjustments. And it's actually worth, like, the Dankhold Troggoths are not just attacks in the core battalion, because the Dankhold Troggoth has like a slightly different weapon profile compared to the Trogboss. So the Trogboss has stayed on 4 attacks, 3s, I think they moved it to 2s to wound, -2 d6 damage. Now before you throw the book out the window because of the d6 damage, like I was about to, I will mention that the Dankhold Troggoths have a similar stat line, possibly with 1 less attack, so probably 3 attacks, 3 up, 2 up, -2. But the damage on the massive Boulder Club, the 2-hand version, is actually d3 plus 3. So basically, the Trog bosses are a little bit more like a casino-style play. Like, you can have much higher damage output due to the higher number of attacks, but the damage is like entirely random. Whereas with the Troggoths, you know, the basic version of it is a little bit cheaper, like 20 points cheaper now. And it does have more consistent damage if you do get those 2 wound rolls. So overall, Gloomspite Gits have improved a lot, obviously, like needless to say. And I mean, we went into a lot more detail than what was hinted at here. But that's fine, I think. There's apparently going to be like a Black Library celebration. This is somewhat new to me, but I think I skimmed through it. They have like a Siege of Terra art print. This is good art, though. Like, this is actually pretty good art. And it kind of shows you the Golden Throne, I think, before, you know, the Big E was actually, like, interred on it for life. They're also making a somewhat weird-looking captain. Like, I don't like the hairdo, and it's just another, you know, Space Marine captain with the Power Fist. I guess the Power Fist is slightly different looking. It's got, like, that little decorative plane on it, and there's a wing on this plasma pistol, but that's about it. So I'm not crazy about it. I mean, hey, Dawn of Fire is still a thing that's happening. I've not really read it, to be honest. I've not really read anything from the series, but this is supposed to be, you know, very recent stuff as far as I'm aware, like 40k-wise. And they're still doing, you know, the Siege of Terra. This is, like, the little, like, closing bits of it. I am excited to see more Gloomspite Git stuff, especially Hermandy Clark, because I've heard that, like, the Gloomspite novel, which is actually titled Gloomspite, was really good. But it's not really from the perspective, as far as I know, of from the Gloomspite. It's like from the perspective of their victims, a town that they essentially attack. But this is apparently a Zograd and Skrog novel, so from the looks of it, probably like maybe a Fungoid Cave Shaman to be, or maybe just like a Madcap Shaman and a Dankhold Troggoth, which sounds like a lot of fun. A lot of limited editions, Reader's Choice apparently is Skarsnik this time around, and the Angel of Fire book. Not read either of them, but kind of cool that they're still getting re-released. There's going to be a print-on-demand of Ghostmaker and Necropolis and First Sin Only from Gaunt's Ghost, which is a lot of fun. Those are good books. I actually read those back in the day. And some more Dark Angel stuff. Angels of Darkness, 20th Anniversary Edition. I don't know if I actually read this or not. I read, like, 2 anthologies of Dark Angel stories. I think they were also from Gaththorpe, and they were not bad. Like, some of it could have been better, but it was a fun read. And a bunch of other stuff. More book stuff. I'm not that into the Black Library stuff, to be real with you. It's not bad stuff, though. Like, I think it's good that they put that stuff out. And I really enjoy the fact that Warhammer has recently, about a year ago or so, ventured into more genres with, like, horror and also, like, crime. So there was a battle report last Wednesday released on Warhammer TV, Warhammer Plus, technically speaking, and it was Beasts of Chaos versus Gloomspite Gitz. And it was actually pretty good. It was pretty good. I ended up watching it. The beauty of the battle reports that Warhammer like Plus actually has access to is none of them are particularly long. So like this particular video was cut in a way that I think it's only 38 minutes long, which could be good, could be bad, depending on your perspective. I know a lot of people prefer longer format. If I would be like hobbying alongside it, I would too, to be honest, but I don't tend to like do that, because if I'm hobbying, I tend to just like stream it at this point. And because of that, I have like less time to enjoy these kind of things by and large. So I actually appreciate the lower runtime compared to something like Tabletop Tactics, where usually it's at least an hour, sometimes closer to 2. But I guess it depends on what you're looking for. They had some pretty nicely painted armies. I thought the GSG army, like, could have looked better. I don't know what it was. I guess, like, some highlights were missing for me off of them. They seem mostly just battle-ready. They're definitely not bad, though. It's a striking paint scheme, like a classic, like, red, black, green kind of thing. So it definitely works, but I thought the Beasts of Chaos were, like, a little bit more visually impressive. But some good overlays. You can also catch some of the rules there. Obviously, it's less interesting now that we have access to pretty much everything. Like, you can just go watch the AOS coach video. There's a bunch of other people doing Man Reads book style content, and you can just basically get your fill of the new rules there. So, I don't know, like, I had fun watching it, and it's a pretty interesting game. They use the new battle tactics and new grand strategies, so it is like a competitive game. They're using one of the new missions from the, I guess, now live GHB. For me, it's still upcoming because I haven't gotten my copy, but still, it's a fun little watch. I mean, if you're subscribed to Warhammer Plus, then I think you could, you know, like, it's good content at that stage, I suppose. We had a look at the super old skeleton, who's apparently in like a pack of 40. Like, you know, it was a pack of 24. 24 skeletons. I mean, hey, we've come a long way from this skeleton. It's a face only a mother could love. I will say that I don't like these skellies that much. I think the armor, the flowing cloaks, it's all just a little much for a unit that you need like 20 dudes in and potentially like hundreds of in your entire army. I think it's saying something when the more elite Mortec guard genuinely looks easier to paint, but maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just being needlessly, you know, dumb and annoying, but hey. I don't think I looked at the Warhammer events thing, and even if we do now, I don't think it's going to be that interesting. Because as cool as it is that they announce all of this stuff, even though I'm in Europe, I'm still far enough away from Warhammer World where, in order to go there, it would be a huge investment. Not just time-wise, but I would have to, you know, get a plane ticket, most likely. I would have to take some days out from work, basically. I would have to book, you know, some kind of accommodation. So it's a fun thing to consider, but I don't think I'll be doing that this year, because I'm going to go to AOS Worlds, and that's going to be a lot of fun. I have like a concert that I'm going to in September, and there's going to be a bunch of other local events here in Hungary, basically, that I'd like to hit up. And I'd much rather go to those than Warhammer World. Even though Warhammer World is definitely cooler, I feel like, you know, I'm kind of a local patriot, I guess, where I much prefer going to the local events, because I know the people there. I do want to, at one point, go to Warhammer World to one of these events, but maybe next year. Maybe at the end of the year, we'll see, but I didn't pay that much attention to this stuff. And then they had another reveal for Beasts of Chaos, and we can go into a lot of detail here as well. So they revealed earlier on in the article on Tuesday that we actually looked at on stream, that Beasts of Chaos can literally ambush with their entire army. Like, every single unit can be kept off of the board they actually have abilities that allow them to do stuff off of the board. Ungor Raiders can do like a hidden volley, so if you're within 12 inches of the table edge, you can get shot by Ungor Raiders, which is incredible. They get to do that once per game per unit, so that's kind of neat. In addition to that, the Beast of Chaos player actually gets command points even if their general is off the table, because they have an ability that essentially allows them to do that. What's even more important is they have 4 unique, like, heroic actions. I think they're the like rituals of ruination, I think is the little like name, the fun little like title they gave them. And they're all basically, in order to trigger them, you don't just get to pick them, you have to deal damage to yourself. I believe it's D3 mortal wounds, which you can either take yourself or you can pass it off to a unit within 3 inches. Now, if you are actually off of the table, then you have to take the wounds yourself. But interestingly enough, you can actually do these heroic actions off of the table as well and have it affect the game. So I think, again, intelligent writing from Games Workshop in that regard, because they actually made it so that you have essentially full access to your abilities, even when you're still, like, you know, waiting in ambush, which is really, really cool. Bestigors are frankly insane, by the way they are currently. They have a rule that makes it so that if the target of their attacks triggers all-out defense, they get, like, an additional attack, I think, each, which is insane. It basically guarantees that if you can help it, you're not going to use all-out defense against them, but of course, if you're being overwhelmed by a bunch of other stuff, you might pop all-out defense, and then, you know, you're buffing up the opponent's unit, which is a really, really funny rule, for sure. But here they're talking about certain, like, sub-factions, actually 2 of them. So one of them is a new one, the Quake Fray. So apparently this was first formed on the coast of Tusks in Gur, before Excelsis was ever founded. So this is actually from the area where, you know, the Siege of Excelsis took place. But apparently they had, like, Cygor prophets, and they got visions to crush every single monument of civilization. Now, interestingly enough, this sub-faction, so the Quake Fray, gets battle line Gorgons and Cygors, so you can use these as your main units, but if that wasn't enough, the Cygors actually get the priest keyword, and they get their own prayer, which is called Earthshatter. So it has an answer value of 3, range of 12. Might seem very short, but actually Cygors are now much more close range than they used to be. The boulder attack that they have now has a range of 12 inches only, but I think it has a flat damage 5 and really good stats, so I think it's like 3 up, 2 up, or 3 up, 3 up, -2 or -3, but definitely 5 damage. Very similar to the Mega Gargant shooting attacks, like the hurled boulders. So it's quite exciting, and it does mean you're more than likely going to be in range of an objective, because you actually target an objective with Earthshatter. Now, basically, every single unit within 6 inches of that objective, which is going to be, generally speaking, most contesting units, except for Moon Clan Stabbers because of their own ability, but as long as there's only 20 of them, I digress. So basically, you splash D3 mortal wounds to, you know, the units that are on an objective. What might be more important than that is that the number of, like, basically, for contesting, the contesting number of the units affected by this ability is halved, rounding down. So this is an interesting little dynamic, because essentially what they did for the Quake Fray is your dudes aren't just monsters, and you don't have Might is Right, you don't have anything similar, you still only count as 5 models for contesting, but instead of, you know, you being able to contest the objectives better, you can make the opponent have a worse time trying to capture these objectives. It's an interesting dynamic. I think it fits really well into the whole Beast of Chaos mindset. It's also super interesting to see battle line priests, essentially, that are not heroes, because that's the case here. Now, Gorgons and Cygors are both much, much better in the new book. Like, Gorgons heal like crazy. They have, like, an auto-slay type of attack that actually heals them for however many wounds the creature that they kill had. So if you send them into, like, some Stormcast, you're getting, like, pop heals for, like, 2. I think at the end of the combat phase, if you killed anything, you also heal D3. And they're, like, pretty decent in terms of, like, attacks and whatnot. Still not that expensive either, so rather interesting unit as far as that goes. And Cygors, as I mentioned, are much more close range, but have much higher damage, better rend on the boulder, which is pretty good. And also, the way their new unbinding thing works is they can unbind 2 spells, and if a spell is not unbound, then you deal a mortal wound to the wizard that cast it. So instead of basically just like, you know, winning more if you do manage to get that unbind and doing nothing if you don't, the way it works is basically you can try to unbind with these models, and if you do unbind, then, you know, your reward is that the spell doesn't go off. If you don't get the unbinding off, then your reward is actually the fact that the opponent has to take damage. I believe they were also given a Monstrous Rampage to actually eat an endless spell, which is really funny and thematic. So there you go. Again, we've gone into more detail about these units than that is available here, but I mean, hey, that's the beauty of doing this a little later than it was released. So they also mentioned the Gave Spawn. This is basically the Morgurite Beasts of Chaos. They actually worship Morgur, Master of Skulls, who apparently lived through the end of the world that was, which is not that surprising considering his shtick was literally never dying and just coming back more fucked up. From the looks of it, I mean, they already had this, you know, background in the previous Battle Tome. He's essentially like a lesser Chaos deity now, like a lesser god of Chaos, called the Great Devolver, which is a frankly amazing title. Now, you don't get Battle Line Chaos Spawn. Instead, you get a Gibbering Congregation, which is made up of 3 Morgurite Chaos Spawns. It's not stated here, but this unit, it's not really a unit, so these 3 units cost 230 points in total, and they fulfill your battle line requirements, and they're better than Chaos Spawn, generally speaking, because basically instead of having 3d6 move, they have a flat 10-inch move, so it's more reliable. They have the same wounds, same save, same leadership of 10. I believe it's 5 wounds, 5 up save, and in this case, like 10-inch move, versus the 3d6 move of the Chaos Spawn. Now, in terms of attacks, the Chaos Spawn generally doesn't have a ranged attack, but these guys do, and it's shown here. They have the Spews of Corruption. So it's an 8-inch reach, d6 number of attacks, 3 up, -1, 2 damage. This is a really high-quality ranged attack, especially for an army that doesn't tend to have them. You know, like, they tend to have the Boulder and the Ungor Raiders, and that's mostly about it. Beast is generally more like a close combat focused army, even if people previously played with like a million Ungor Raiders and pretended otherwise, but that's besides the point. In this case, this is a really good like supplementary attack. Now the range is low, so more than likely you're still basically only triggering this when you're in combat or when you're on your way to combat, but you do want to get into combat because the stats for combat stuff here are also more reliable, not necessarily better, just different. So rather than having 2d6 4 up, rend 0, damage 1 attacks, the Morgurite Chaos Spawns actually get 8 attacks, 3 up, no rend, damage 1. Now, the only rule that Morgurite Chaos Spawn have is also a rule that the regular Chaos Spawn have, which is, I think, like Exemplar of Devolution or something like that, something Devolution, and essentially they can run and charge, which again is pretty tasty because these Chaos Spawn, including the Morgurite, actually, like the Morgurite is 10 inches, but potentially, you know, like you get to do a d6 run before then, so it's 11 to 16 inch move before you actually get to charge, which is pretty neat. And the actual Chaos Spawn get 3d6 plus another d6 every single turn. And, you know, in the case of the regular Chaos Spawn, since you have no ranged attacks, there's no reason not to advance them. So you can always just, like, fling them around. They still kept the unit size at 1, and with the Morgurite Chaos Spawn, these are single. So you cannot use your reinforcement points on them. You're only ever going to have 3 of these. But I think it's very interesting, and I will mention, this is something that I've not talked about before, but maybe it could be inferred from my behavior and some of my ideas. I really like the idea of Chaos Spawn in general. I think the very idea behind them is super cool, and I was thinking about building an army of them in the past, which is why I'm somewhat familiar with the now old Beasts of Chaos book, because I actually looked at it quite extensively, and I was trying to figure out a way to maybe make an army of Chaos Spawn. The reason I gave it up is because I just didn't want to do, you know, basic battle line. I just wouldn't have been thematic, even though most of the Ungors I would have brought would have just gotten shoveled into the Hearthstone for primordial points. But again, I'm not a big fan of summoning. I will mention that new Beasts of Chaos has no summoning. There's no primordial points. It's literally just gone. No more summoning. There's one artifact that does like one single unit summon and that's it. But essentially, I've been interested in building a Chaos Spawn army for a very long time, and it seems like this is now a possibility. So I'm still looking to build up and finish my Sons of Behemoth, especially the list that I have in mind for Worlds. That's on the docket, and I mean, once we're done looking at the news for tonight, I'm actually gonna get the green stuff out and do some sculpting. I have already done some of that last week, so I'll show you what I've managed to do. But I am very tempted to build an army that is literally just a couple Great Bray Shaman and like 20 Chaos Spawn, or like 25 Chaos Spawn. It would be dreadfully inefficient, but it would look amazing. I would have so much fun converting them. I would have so much fun pushing them around on the table. It would be great, and I will probably build that in the future. And I'm very happy that I can, you know, say that live right now, because it means I kind of have to do it now, but again, it's gonna happen. Horus Heresy is still getting upgrade kits, because, you know, they haven't done all the legions. So Raven Guard got their upgrade kit. Now, I mean, pretty much it's just, you know, beaky helmets. Beaky helmets, little feather duster style helmet, bare head, shoulder pads. I will say, you can clearly see here that this shoulder pad is resin. Like, look at that thickness versus the plastic thickness. It's a little bit jank, it's a little bit jank. I get it, there's probably not enough demand to make these out of plastic, but it's still a little bit annoying. And I personally know at least like a handful of people that essentially, you know, don't want to jump into the Horus Heresy stuff because of the upgrade kits not being plastic. I'm just saying, G-dubs, I'm just saying. The same reason why you're now releasing everything in plastic, yeah, maybe people would actually want that. There was like a brief video about the design process of Angron. I will... Look, so there's a lot of like stuff here, and I recommend that you read this, because this is an actually good like written interview with Darren Latham. But I'm going to ignore the actual subject matter of this article. Because again, it's a good read. I think if you have the time, you should go read it. You can also watch this video, but you will notice one thing, and I'm about to get to it. There's two things here that are kind of messed up for me. They don't properly credit the artist. They just don't. They legitimately don't. So they just say, we spoke to miniatures designer Darren. I know it's Darren Latham, and if you follow the man on Instagram, or like Twitter, I assume, you would know, because he shared the article. And, you know, like, he's, I believe, the only miniatures designer with this name in GW. But if you're just literally a guy that doesn't go on social media, doesn't follow this designer, you would never know that it's him. And this issue is compounded by the fact that in this video, it's not Darren Latham speaking, which is fucking weird to me, because the man has run a YouTube channel in the past. He's made tutorials in the past. He's charismatic. He could just be a content creator if he really wanted to. And my personal opinion, and again, this is just me, this is like not in the article, this is just what I'm getting from this, is especially now that currently, you know, there's an entire new paint line coming out from Duncan Rhodes. I think GW is just fucking terrified of creators bootstrapping their career by working for them. I think the fact that they lost essentially like Duncan Rhodes and Peachy, and both of them have successfully just gone on to become, you know, like free-form content creators with like a focus on YouTube and like paid platforms and stuff. I think GW is shitting their pants about that. Like, I think the board of directors is actually looking at that like a threat, which I don't understand, because these people aren't making miniatures. Like, neither Peachy nor Duncan have gone on to make miniature lines, and even if they do, it's never going to be direct competition. These people are making paints. Now, I understand that maybe people will buy the Duncan Rhodes brand paint instead of Citadel, but then at the same fucking time, there's Vallejo, there's AK Interactive, there's fucking Scale 75, there's so many paint brands, and so many of them are actually better in terms of quality than Citadel. So I just wonder, if there's already better alternatives on the market, isn't that motivation enough for GW to make their own brand better? Do they just have to like stop people from being able to be recognized? It's just dumb. It's just dumb. It's a good interview, I just don't like the format. I think the name, like the full name, should have been put in there. I think even if the designer is not charismatic, it's not a fucking live interview. Just do the editing work, make it seem good. But let these people like show their work. Let these people passionately talk about what they're doing. I'm just saying. I think I would have liked it better if it was like that. This is maybe just me. I don't think so, though. Obviously, LVO happened on Friday, so that was a big, like, collection of articles here. I'm actually going to close it immediately because the Twitch thing just opened there. And instead, we're going to go through basically one at a time super fast. Now, you can't have an LVO reveal without Space Marines. We all knew this was coming. A lot of this stuff got spoiled with rumor mill stuff before. So like people were talking about a close combat dreadnought with talons. People weren't talking about this unit, but we'll get to that in a second. So essentially, Strike Force Legastus is essentially coming out. This is a brand new battle box. Well, not even a battle box, but collection of models that they often do these days. And it has some new stuff. So it's got the Brutalis Dreadnought, which is a version of the Redemptor with a bunch of new sprues, new armor panels, new arms, top like panel with essentially a turret weapon, and different weapon options for the nipple guns, because those are nipple guns. Everybody calls them nipple guns. Let's just call it what it is. There's also a new unit in the form of the Desolation Squad, who have frankly ridiculous-looking, oversized, nerf-or-nothing weapons. And I'm gonna be real with you, I actually kind of like these guys a little bit. They're so stupid that they go over from like dumb to just tasteless, and I kind of like it. I kind of like the bold, like, idiocy of them, I guess. They're stupid enough to look good. I would want to paint these guns in like the most dumb colors and fucking like cell-shape the crap out of the Space Marines and turn it into an army. Like, if this unit can have 10 guys in it, I would buy 30 of these just to piss my opponent off. I don't even care if they're good, but it would be hilarious to see my opponent claw their eyes out. But let's actually look at a good model. So, the Brutalis Dreadnought. It's just a cooler Dreadnought. Look at this shit. It's got the claws. It also has regular fists, by the way, as you can see here. So he's got access to both. And I mean, I can go over here. We can see some of the weapon options better here. So he's got twin-linked, like a twin-linked bolt rifle, according to the article, in each arm. So that's mounted in each arm. If you have the fists, if you go for the claws, you lose out on that. But that's not that big of a loss, to be honest. You get access to a twin Icarus Ironhail Heavy Stubber anyway. Is it Icarus, actually? Yes, it is. It is. So he has access to some anti-air. Now, this isn't an Icarus, like, launcher, so no flat damage 2. This is, I believe, damage 1. It's gonna get, like, bonuses to hit against, you know, fly keyword, but that's it. Low damage. It's whatever. It's basically whatever. What's more important is you can have bolt rifles here, or you can have heavy bolters. No, that actually is a heavy bolter. So you get access to heavy bolters or multi-meltas. You're going to be taking the multi-meltas every single time, because having access to 2 multi-meltas on a close-range model that can shoot in combat, that wants to get close to the opponent anyway, is frankly incredible. So I don't understand why even take pictures of the fucking heavy bolters. No one's going to use that. I will also mention the fact that this model, courtesy of the amount of stuff that they strapped on it, actually has more weapons than the regular Redemptor Dreadnought, and because of the rules of the game, those weapons are inherently better at every single thing you could ever want to do. Because 2 multi-meltas is like a better weapon system than a plasma weapon that the Redemptor has. It's certainly better than the giant Gatling gun, for sure. So, I don't know, this is a straight upgrade. If you have a Redemptor, I think you're gonna have to buy this, or wait for the 3D printers to make new arms and like a little turret gun. And I mean, you could probably convert your own multi-meltas if you really wanted to, but I'm just saying, you're gonna be seeing a lot of these guys, because they're gonna be good. Now, Desolation Squad. Okay, so again, this unit was spoiled. The rules for this were spoiled. People didn't talk about the models when the rumors were going around like a couple months ago, and I can kind of see why, because it's definitely Marmite. You know, you either love them or you hate them, and I can see arguments for both sides. Realistically, over here, this is ridiculous. It makes no fucking sense. Apparently, they basically have Castellan launchers, which can, you know, fire indirectly, so they don't require a line of sight. I assume that's the Tau minigun rocket-looking thing, which is apparently belt-fed. Now, I don't mind the ammo belt here. A lot of people do, though. Like, most everyone I've talked to has said that this is dumb design and I hate it. Again, I can kind of see it, but at the same time, I don't mind it so much. It is a little bit weird, and I can't remember the stats from the leak, but I assume it shoots 1,000,000 times. But this, let's be real, this is a smart missile, like, this is a smart missile system from Tau. Just, instead of being rectangular, it's just like a fucking, like, actual little, like, cylinder. That's all that it is. Now, interestingly enough, you have your choice of either Super Frag or Super Crack rocket launchers. Now, this is the weirder part for me, because normally you don't have to pick. So with every single other rocket launcher, I mean, I guess missile launcher is usually what they're called, but with the other missile launchers, you got ammo types. and you can do, you know, either frag missiles or crack missiles, and these guys basically just have, they have to choose. Now, if I had to guess, I would say that the big thing that you see here is actually the super frag, and the small stuff is a super crack, but people would probably run it the other way, even though it makes no sense, but that's just me. They have the little lids, which are super cute, but it's weird. You got that targeter. Apparently, these are rocket launchers, so I don't think that these are in direct fire, and they might have, like, combi weapon style rules, where if you fire both, you get, like, a minus to hit, which would not impact your indirect fire weapon if it is shooting indirectly, but it does mean that you're going to be a lot less accurate with these. And I don't know if they're going to limit the ammo, because obviously you only have, like, you know, one rocket per tube here, so I don't know how that's going to go. But yeah, these are essentially Primaris Devastators. This, again, I'm just guessing, but I'm going to say that this is the Super Frag Launcher. We don't know yet. Like, I at least don't, but it's something. It looks a little bit like Wall-E, right? That was another meme that got thrown around a lot over the weekend, and I mean, I don't blame anybody. Look, I unironically think they're kind of cool, like a little dumb. The fact that they just have basic Primaris helmets is a little bit annoying for me, because I think one of the things that's really cool about the Devastator kit that got updated about 4 or 5 years ago is most of the helmets have, like, some kind of optic on it. So you have, like, sometimes full half of the helmet exposed with, like, you know, layers and layers of lenses on it and cameras and scopes and stuff, which makes sense. Like, you know, you're a sharpshooting space marine, you're gonna get the best optics. And then you got these guys that are just like, oh no, I'm fine with my basic ass optics. It's just nitpicking. I get that they have the targeters on the back, but I would have loved to have seen some special Primaris helmets at that point. But then, to be real with you, if I was gonna get this unit, I would most likely do, like, at least a head swap on him. The Sergeant looks badass, by the way. You can't change my mind about this. He's got, like, this giga looking, like, Auspex ass thing. He has a pistol and a weapon that's actually as large as he is, if you look at it. So that's incredible. That's frankly incredible. You can also have him just carrying, like, a box of stuff. I guess his lunchbox. It cannot possibly be ammo, because it's not long enough to hold a rocket for this. And this thing is belt-fed, so my actual explanation is that's his lunchbox. And you can't change my mind. And again, if I were to get this set of models, I would paint that shit like a lunchbox. It would have, like, a tiny Emperor on it, giving, like, a thumbs up. It would be fantastic. I'm actually tempted to get it now just because of that. There's also another Primaris Lieutenant with more options. Literally no one fucking asked. Like, who asked? This is the like, most who asked thing of all time. They keep making Primaris Lieutenants, and nobody knows why. I guess it's a lieutenant, technically, from like, British, but no one wants more lieutenants. Please, just stop. Just, whoever the guy is that's addicted to making lieutenants, just like, fire him. Send him on, like a vacation. Get him a psychiatrist. Do whatever it takes. So this was the first LVO reveal that was actually shown. Now, we've already seen all of these models, but apparently Vashtor the Archifane and the Dark Angel's Supreme Grandmaster Azrael are going to be released together in a battle box called Wrath of the Soulforge King. I can't remember if they spoke about this before, but there was an article earlier today that explained that actually Vashtor over here is actually the leader of the Soulforge in the Warp. So he's actually the dude that makes Soul Grinders, for example. Which is kind of exciting and interesting. He's a pretty big player. Like, at least as powerful in terms of, like, politics, at least, like, chaos-wise, I guess, as Be'lakor, and almost as, like, a chaos god, even though he's just one dude. But yeah, there's essentially 2 armies in here, 2 small forces. You can get Vashtor, who still looks sick, by the way. That's, like, amazing design. It's a little bit of a static pose, but he looks fucking menacing as hell, and I love those wings. There's also a Venom Crawler. You get 2 of your Obliterators, still the same dudes from the Shadow Spear boxed set. I believe that makes sense too because they're on, you know, 1 frame, so not at all surprising. And the new Chaos Cultists. Now, the Dark Angel side of things is a lot less inspiring. Azrael looks dapper as fuck. He's amazing, actually. This is a great rendition of the character. The Deathwing Terminators, the Deathwing Command Squad boxed set, most likely, allows you to build a number of things, including Deathwing Knights who look sick. Regular Deathwing Termies look great, but you can also use them as a command squad. You can also turn them into, if you do turn them into the command squad, you can make, like, a bunch of you know, small characters such as the Champion, Apothecary, and Ancient. So 6 models from here are pretty good. And then there's 5 Intercessors with a Dark Angels upgrade kit. I mean, if you play Dark Angels and you like Primaris, you already have these. Do you need 5 more? Probably not. This is a tax. This is just here because they had to put something in the box. Obviously, they also mentioned the whole Arcs of Omen thing. So currently, you know, we have Abaddon. That's already been released. I don't have mine. I haven't read it, but it's been released. We're going to get Angron, which is the next one. Number 3 is going to be Vashtor, where they talk about what the actual Arcs of Omen is shaping up, what Vashtor's goals are, because this entire campaign is essentially a joint operation by Abaddon and Vashtor over here. They're trying to collect a number of things, one of them being something enigmatic called the Key. We don't really know what that is, and apparently there's a 4th book that's coming, but we don't know what that's going to be about. Based on the fact that every other book has, you know, been chaos so far, there's been a lot of, you know, discussions about this, like, oh, like, maybe it's going to be something chaos, but there's a couple of things that don't work with that, because this is an Ordo Xenos, like, stamp, if you notice. It was redacted by the Ordo Xenos, so that, to me, says that it has to do with, like, a Xenos race. There's also a crackpot theory that I saw online, but I can't remember where people were saying that, and I mean, I kind of had this thought too, that if Vashtor is basically on the level of a Demon Primarch, which in terms of power he might as well be, then we are now entering an era, especially after the release of Angron, where Chaos is going to have access to Mortarion, Magnus, Angron, and Vashtor, so 4 Primarchs or Primarch equivalents. Now, on the Imperium side of things, you still only have access to Rabute Guilliman. And I'm mentioning this because in a previous interview, or AMA on Reddit, I can't remember which, one of the GW rules writers, I believe it was Stu Black actually, at the beginning of 9th edition, it was a video interview that they did with him. I believe he mentioned that they really like the ratio of 1 Imperial Primarch to 2 Chaos. Now with 4 Primarch equivalents and only 1 Imperial equivalent, I do have the feeling they're probably going to bring back another Imperial Primarch. And I mean, obviously Lionel Johnson is someone that basically is awake now in the deepest, darkest points of the Rock, but not even his own actual chapter is aware of it. Like, not even Azrael knows where the Lion has been resting. So he could easily be brought back. It would be fairly simple. The political ramifications of it might be pretty big, because I don't know if he would see eye to eye with Guilliman, based on how they parted. Like, they closed off on good terms, but I think after the whole Imperium Secundus thing, they might get into a little bit of an argument, now that Guilliman is once again building an empire and basically taking power for himself, at least seemingly. So that will remain to be seen. But again, for that to be the case, I feel like this wouldn't have been an Ordo Xenos stamp. It's such a little oversight, you know? They could have just... Like, they don't need to show it, but they could have done any kind of other effect here if it was going to be a Primarch. So I don't know. And also with Abaddon, there was no big model released. Like, we already have a new Abaddon model. Angron obviously is a new model. Vashtor is also a new model. But yeah, there's no, like, big model release here. So I don't necessarily buy it. But it is what it is. So they also announced a Warhammer Underworlds team. And this was, for me, the biggest disappointment, even though I don't even play Underworlds actively anymore. It's another Daughters of Cain warband. This is, like, what, number 3 by now? And it's just Sisters of Slaughter. It's just a Sisters of Slaughter warband. They all wear pants, which is, again, like, dreadful. Like, this is the one army where you don't want pants. And you'll notice that the pants are actually sculpted on. So unless you want your Daughters of Cain to look like actual, like pancake asses, you're gonna have to paint that as pants. This isn't a case with, like, you know, Sigvald. Like, you can paint the pants on him and pretend that he's wearing pants if you're not into the thigh-high boots and then, like, the little, like, dress kind of, you know, Leotard of Power, like, Man Edition armor set. In this case, that's going to be significantly harder to do. So I don't like that design. The poses are uninteresting. The fact that the eyes are showing through these things is not, like, a bad idea. It's something that they've lately started doing with Warriors of Chaos. But it is really, really hard to paint, and I wonder if most people will be able to do it. More importantly, though, it just doesn't look as intimidating as the actual Sisters of Slaughter, and the masks themselves don't look that great, and they're not painted particularly well. Like, look at that shading. This is, like, just an actual regular square of shaded gold with, like, a line across it. I don't know how much of a hurry they made these in, painting-wise, but it doesn't look nice. The bladed shields are like the best thing about this whole unit in here, and that's not saying a lot. So no, this is an absolute disappointment. Mechanically, they have some interesting abilities, because Acrobatic is a completely new mechanic that they're introducing to Warhammer Underworlds. Essentially, even if you fail to dodge an attack, if you had any dodge successes, you get to decrease the damage that's coming in, which is a new mechanic. Like, we've not seen that before. I don't know how important that's going to be when your dudes have like 4 wounds each. Maybe less, like you're basically last cannons anyway, but I guess maybe you don't get taken out instantly every time. Perhaps the more interesting thing is not the objectives, but more so the flourishes. So essentially a flourish is a new type of ploy that has, in addition to its positive effects, a negative effect associated with it as well. And the most interesting part about this is that an upgrade to the leader of the warband, which is called the Mistress of the Bladestorm, allows you to actually keep up to 2 flourish cards from your discard pile. Like, you get to move those back into your hand. So you can keep playing the same stuff. You can build your entire, like, battle plan around it, basically. So I think mechanically an interesting team, underwhelming models, not particularly great. This net also is just like a massive heap of plastic that looks like shit, by the way. I get it, that's the only way to do it with that pose, but maybe don't do that pose if it's gonna look like shit. I didn't like this. I didn't like this at all. What I did like is coming right up, though. We got the fucking Seraphon, dude. Everyone's been waiting for the lizards, and they finally got new models. They did like a Saturday morning cartoon type of video here, which is a lot of fun, actually. And I gotta be real with you, dude. The cinematography in this video, like the use of smoke, the use of lights, whoever fucking did this video definitely deserves like a raise at GW. They did an incredible job. It's atmospheric. It's good. It's to the level of tabletop tactics stuff, and I say that because they're really, really good with these little like practical effects in their own videos. So really, like, hats off for that one. But look at this Slan Starmaster, dude. Hypnotoad had a fucking glow up. Look at this shit. He looks amazing. The chair looks fantastic. You got some like arcane ancient science looking shit with like colorful cylinders. You got this thing at the front. It's just overgrown. He's got like a winged serpent flying across the base here. He's got a little like toad over there. It's just fucking cool, dude. Capped like horns, jewelry, little skink helper, nice little staff, and just like giga detailed frogman in here. This is fucking amazing. And that's not all. Like, look at the back. Even more like little colorful rocks. The original models had these, but it was usually just 3 of these. So they actually increased the number of them, and obviously the chair design is significantly different. But it looks fucking amazing. It's got like inlaid like golden details. I can't even imagine how they would construct this, and that's like what you want. It's supposed to be, you know, old one technology. It's really, really fucking sick. Look at that little tablet. Like a plaque of the great old ones held by a skink who's like a little bit more malevolent looking than the other ones. Like, he got painted as like an albino in this case, and that's a really cool paint scheme, but also like I would imagine that the Slan's attendants are not just regular skinks, they're a special breed. And the Slan itself, I can't get enough of. Like, look at this stuff. He's got like a cool looking like necklace. He's sitting there. He's really nice. They actually gave him a lot of dynamism. For a dude sitting in a chair, this man is popping off. And he's got an alternate option. You can have him open-mouthed. He's got some food next to him too, by the way. I didn't even notice that before, but that's amazing. You can also have like a little war helper if you wanted. And a headdress. And also apparently like a shrunken head, but it's made of rock. Still, he's got a bunch of little friends like that frog. It's just, this kit has so much like soul, dude. This is so much detail, and it's so fucking cool. Great basing as well, no flight stands or anything. It's just, I really like this, man. I really like this. They did a really, really good job. So this is a new unit that they announced. I'm looking for the name. So the Raptidon is the name of the mount. There's going to be 2 versions of this unit. This is the Raptidon Hunter, who apparently throw spears and just like move around a bunch. You got some kick-ass looking banners and icons, very interesting looking shields. Again, like super high-tech looking stuff, actually. A lot of little like jewelry, feathered dinos, actually. And I kind of like these mounts. Some people were saying online that they're not in love with them. I guess when I first saw them, I was like, oh, boo, why do they gotta make, like, a new unit when there's still other Finecast stuff to do? But then I remembered this is probably a Slaves to Darkness style release, and we'll get to that in a second, but this stuff is actually only gonna get released in the summer. And they're probably gonna drip feed us more kits as we get closer and closer to release. So here's hoping that, you know, this new unit didn't take the place of a Finecast Redux, basically, like turning into plastic. But even if it did, I can't be mad, because they got, like, fantastic, actually expressive faces, cool dino designs, just great, like, little Seraphon details. I love the shields, man. I really love the shields. This is just a sick batch of models, man. Like, nothing else. This just looks fantastic. And, as I mentioned, you also got the Raptidon Chargers, who are apparently total badasses because they actually use Old One relics taken from, like, ancient vaults in their, like, pyramids to fight the enemy. Like, look at these lances, dude. They look like they could shoot, like, laser beams. Like, these are actual laser dinos now, and that's amazing. But it gets even better. They finally made new Saurus Warriors. Look at this stuff, man. They look so fucking cool. Look at that unit leader with, like, that helmet design. They got massive fucking clubs. Again, cool shields. Just built for battle, like, you know, little, like, tipped tails. Like, fucking anklets, armor panels, natural, like, scale armor. Amazing, like, muscles. They're just bulging all over the place. These guys look fucking sick. They also have an amazing icon, which would not look out of place from, like, in 40k either. Again, Old One tech, dude, going crazy with it. Cool little drum. Like, it's just very nice faces. A little bit, if you'll notice, a little bit of a Stormcast Dragon influence on the faces, which makes sense because they're all supposed to be children of Dracothian, right? So again, I like the fact that they're kind of going into the shared ancestry a little bit. But, like, the weapons are nice, the faces are amazing, just leering, tongue-out dinos, just about to beat you up for your lunch money. Those shields, every time I see them, like, my eye is drawn to them. They're just, like, the design is strong, the painting is really good on them. They're just really good models, man. They're just amazing models, actually. And, I mean, I'm looking for the one that got infamous. I think it was this lad. It was this lad over here. Can we just say Dino Bulge? Like, let me see. I can't really zoom in anymore, but I'm just gonna hover my mouse over a certain location and then let you figure out whatever I could be referring to. I'm just saying, hashtag Dino Bulge. They also showed two paint schemes, one for the Starborn and the Coalesced. This is apparently an old school paint scheme for Lizardmen that I wasn't aware of, but this is fucking sick. A little bit of, like, OSL, probably a little bit of liquid ink style. Nice, nice. Not that hard to do. I'm hoping when the time comes in summer, they release a tutorial for this on Warhammer Plus, if only for people to just get access to it, because a lot of other YouTubers who do painting stuff have already done this effect, just not on these models, and no one knows that they're going to do it on these models, obviously. But, yeah, no, this is not that hard to do, but it looks really impressive. And this is what I was referring to. So you'll notice Seraphon is only coming in summer. We are currently, you know, in winter, and we've gotten Beasts of Chaos and Gloomspite Gits as of last weekend, but there are 5 more Battle Tomes to go. It's going to be an Order Battle Tome, 2 Chaos, and 2 Death Battle Tomes. Now, one of these is definitely going to be Ossiarch Bone Reapers. It has to be, because their rules just don't work with the current edition. They were the beta test for 3rd edition, essentially. Like, everyone is now playing Ossiarch Bone Reapers, but without the Relentless Discipline points and just better orders, basically, like command abilities, and unfortunately they kind of suck as a consequence. So one of them has to be OBR. It just has to be. If I had to guess, the other one is going to be Flesh Eater Courts, to be honest with you, because Soulblight Gravelords, even though technically it's a 2nd edition battle tome, it was written with 3rd edition in mind. Now, it's a flimsy argument because Sons of Behemoth was the same way, and Sons of Behemoth still ended up getting its own book for 3rd edition. And I'm very happy that they did, by the way. I'm just, you know, undermining my own argument here. For Chaos, I mean, one of them has to be Khorne, right? They have to do Khorne at some point. But the rest I'm in the dark about. It is very exciting to see 5 battle tomes lined up. It really seems like AOS is coming into its own in 3rd edition. They just keep knocking it out of the park. All the battle tomes so far that have come out recently have been really, really good. I really like the internal balance. I think they'll hold up really nicely at actual competitive events as well. It's just a good time to play AOS, man. It's just a fantastic time to actually play AOS, I think. So if you're thinking about going into it, I would like literally tell you, like, take that plunge, man. It's fantastic. It just keeps getting better and better. So that's one of the big pieces of AOS news. Oh, they apparently have this twice here. That seems like a little bug on their side, but I mean, hey, should only take a second to fix, right? Let's see. They also announced a new Warcry battle box. So this is essentially a starter set that you could have access to. It has a couple interesting things in here. So this is called the Blood Hunt, and apparently one of the warbands is the Uskurgan Trueblades, the other is the Claws of Karanak. Now, notice that this is straight up Chaos, worshipping an actual demon, which is kind of new in Warcry as far as I know. So far it's all been warbands that are Chaos worshippers, but not actually, you know, devout. They don't call the gods what their actual name is, they call them something else. These guys are straight up Core Knights. Like, they're just, like, actually Core Knights with a focus on Karanak, the Flesh Hound. The Uskurgan Trueblades are an entirely new concept, meanwhile. They're monastic vampires from Gur, who are battling their soul-blight curse by essentially draining the blood from great beasts. And that's fucking cool. They also have cool, like, Eastern-inspired designs for the most part. Look at this, like, amazing face, by the way. Really cool, like, facial expression, really, really nice hair. Just awesome, awesome stuff. Like, really interesting weapon design, definitely monastic in nature. And I mean, this dude has so much momentum for a relatively static pose because of the jaggy little fur here. It just looks cool. The ropes are a little wrong, like a little, you know, like thick, and they look a little off to me, but I mean, hey, it's a unique look for sure. Look at that mace. Again, it's very, very unique. Nice flowing hair, kind of unearthly. Like, they definitely have the vampire vibe without going over the top. They apparently are from the same sub-faction as Lauka Vi, I believe someone said, but I don't have confirmation for that, unfortunately. Now, meanwhile, the Claws of Karanak have, obviously, a lot of Fleshhound-inspired designs. You got, like, a Karanak, you know, Fleshhound-shaped helmet over here, just like an actual, like, canine skull hanging from a trophy rack behind him. My one complaint about this model is it really, really looks like a 40k Khorne Berserker, because these things just remind me of the vents, you know, from a backpack. So I'm not that into it. Also, this lady, like, doesn't even belong here. I don't know what she's doing. She's got, like, a little, like, crotch protector. Nothing else overly ornate. Just, like, a hook thing. She's probably the weakest in terms of design, but this guy makes up for it because he looks sick. The rest of the guys just look, like, pretty nice, actually. Just, like, huge dudes with massive weapons. Look at, like, this man going, like, full Fursona over here, just, like, unleashing his power level. Incidentally, I believe this is the actual rumor engine that we saw, so that can be basically crossed off of the list. This is the arm claw thing that we saw earlier a week ago. A couple interesting, almost Seraphon-looking weapons. Obvious corn marks once again. Like, it's a good-looking warband. It's a good-looking warband with, like, one model that's slightly off. There's apparently new terrain in here as well, even though a lot of it looks similar to what we've seen before in Warcry. A lot of this stuff is actually pretty impressive looking. So this is a good box. I'm still not a fan of skirmish games. The warbands look nice, and they're basically treading new ground. Again, pretty decent. They announced yet another tank for Horus Heresy. This time it is the Cerberus Heavy Tank Destroyer. So this is a modified Spartan with, like, a triple neutron laser apparently at the front, which has such amount, like, it releases such amounts of radiation that the crew is definitely dead, despite the fact that there's a shield generator mounted on this thing too. I probably think this is, like, the most handsome looking, like, Spartan chassis variant out of all of them. I don't mind the Typhon, but for some reason this looks kind of nice with the triple barrels. The fact that the lower one is a little shorter is weird. I'm sure there's, like, a structural thing that I'm not getting with that, but I would have just, like, put that one there too. I don't know. It's probably like a ventilation thing if I had to guess, but either way, it looks kind of nice. I don't play Horus Heresy, but I have seen people play it, and it's like the lowest sample size. Like, this is literally an anecdote. This is like a friend of mine had an experience where he tried to play a tank-centric army with the Space Wolves in 30k Horus Heresy, and it didn't go well. It just didn't go well. A lot of people I also saw on Facebook were complaining that instead of doing more tanks, they should be trying to actually release plastic models more, not just tanks. Because people don't enjoy playing tanks as much in Horus Heresy, apparently. Which is a shame, because this thing looks sick. I would be tempted to pick one up for my Dark Angels, and by one I mean probably 3 to put into an Apocalypse detachment. But that's because I'm crazy. Now, the last actual announcement from LVO is a Kill Team announcement, which features Judge Dredd, I mean the Adeptus Arbites, and also Drukhari. So there's some lore here that apparently the Gallo Dark, which is where most of the new Kill Team stuff takes place, has had a collision with a little like shuttle that was carrying a psychic prisoner of the Imperium. So this might come back later in some way, I'm not really sure yet. But the Adeptus Arbites were basically dispatched to go and express how they are the law. And the Drukhari are just there, just wrong place, wrong time. These are the first Arbites models that we're seeing in a long time. They look pretty nice. There's definitely some Robocop in here. There's definitely some Judge Dredd here as well. They got cool weapons. You get like a bunch of specialists, as it is mentioned up here. This man is probably a Drukhari infiltrator. Like, he just wants to beat the shit out of people and has a gimp mask. I'm just saying, the other set of models also has a bunch of this shit going on. A friend of mine was saying, take this head off of this man, put it on a Drukhari, and no one will be able to tell, and I think he makes a good point. But either way, they got some cool designs, definitely a little bit of Imperial Gothic in there. You can apparently also build this squad, I believe it's said here. You can build them all as Riot Shield-wielding Subductors, which is this guy. So you can make a full batch of dudes that just have shields and apparently, like, shock batons, which is kind of interesting. You can apparently also make them Vigilants, and the Vigilants, I assume, would just be, you know, these guys with the shoddies. So at least they have a use for these guys in the main game as well. You also have access to a cool-looking Heavy Stubber, maybe some Demolitionist stuff, maybe an Auspex, remains to be seen. And they have a Dog Friend and a Leash Master. They have been doing these little friendos for a while with the recent model releases, and they're not bad, to be honest. They're actually pretty nice, I would say. Now, the Drukhari, I don't hate the Drukhari basic design. I'm not the world's biggest fan of it. There's apparently just like an upgrade kit in here, essentially, for your Kabalites. Which is okay, that's what they did with a lot of this. What I'm interested to see is if any of these options end up coming over to 40k. So this guy is like a Sky Splinter Assassin. The Crimson Duelist I'm trying to find is, I think, this person over here. The Arch Sybarite is this guy, actually. So they revealed some of the titles, but I don't yet know if any of this stuff is going to make it over to 40k. This is definitely the kind of kit that even if you don't get these options, you might want to pick up if you're a Drukhari player, just to basically represent your Trueborn. Because there's some new heads in here, there's some new helmets in here, obviously some different weapons, some other cool stuff. If you want to make your Trueborn distinct, like, this could be a fun way of doing it. There's also new terrain, and it's a little exciting. This is cute. You have like a little holo display of the Gallo Dark. They make a funny little reference. Like, you can basically play kill, like your kill team. Yeah, this is it. Your kill teams can play kill team while you play kill team. It's a little bit of a yo-dog situation. And apparently a lot of the walls have modular pieces because they are actually breachable, and they made it so that it is possible to represent that. So that's kind of exciting. You can show like how a grenade would go through here to make a path. I think it's cute. Again, don't care much personally for the skirmish rule sets, but it's kind of cool anyway. There was a little article about various Cadian kid bashes with essentially a big focus on G-Stealer cults, apparently, and some chaos stuff. There's some cool conversions. I read through it. It's okay. Like, it's a decent article, but it's not really something that we need to, like, look at. It's not newsworthy, if you will. Similarly, there was this little article about squigs, a little bit of lore, essentially, and some actually pretty fun artwork. I was going to say that I'm a little... I get why this is what they went with. It's all, like, also from... It's kind of an interview with the Squig boss, which is a fun concept, but... So they went with these scientific illustrations for these guys. This is like an old Orcs and Goblins piece of artwork, I want to say. But I kind of wish they would have just gotten Louis Sugden to just doodle a bunch of squigs instead of these. Like, this is fun. It's like kind of in-universe depictions of these, and that's funny. But I would have preferred to see just some cute squigs, actually. But, you know, it's whatever. Doesn't matter that much. Neither here nor there. So, Black Library has some new releases. I think we looked at some of these before, actually, because these, were announced on Sunday, from what I remember. Obviously, over the weekend, we saw the pre-orders actually go live, so the Battletomes we talked about, the Vanguard box sets that we talked about, these were all announced, last, 2 weeks ago, Sunday. The new Snarlfang Riders, who are apparently really good. There's going to be, this is like a little paint recommendation. I don't know if they made an official tutorial for this. Again, weirdly enough, it's only the Gloomspite Gits that got their War Scroll cards with this release, which I'm not really sure about. And previously, a few weeks back, I think right after New Year's Day, actually, they announced that they would be bringing back a bunch of Commissar models. And apparently those are now available on the GW site until next weekend. Some of these are really cool. You can get Yarick, 2 versions of him actually, even though he's no longer playable, which is a little bit sad. You can also get the old Creed model and 2 Inquisitors. The Death Corps also received some special weapons, essentially, and the Ash Waste dude that we saw last week is also here. So not bad stuff, not bad stuff. And I mean, what might be more important, potentially, and pertinent to you if you actually play these games, is the release train has no brakes, obviously. We're seeing Arcs of Omen and Angron coming out very, very soon. So this is the second installment of the Arcs of Omen series, right after Abaddon. There's also a collector's edition. I don't really know why you would get the collector's edition. This is a product with very limited shelf life, in my opinion, and it, I guess, looks slightly better and slightly different, but I don't think it's anything to get excited over. What might be exciting to potentially order and build and paint is definitely Angron, the Demon Primarch of Khorne. There was that interview up about this model where they go into a lot of detail, and it's quite good. I didn't like the presentation style, but the content was good. They can also throw in a little art print for you if you place orders this weekend through the website. It's a little incentive to essentially make their own money. I don't know how to feel about that, but hey, it's their business. They can do what they want. I think the little guys, the friendly local gaming stores, should be assisted more. As someone that used to run one and had to close his, I would have appreciated some more help, basically, from GW, but that's just me. Obviously, the Codex is also coming out. This is definitely the first iteration of this book. The contents have been leaked a number of weeks ago. There's an incredibly low number of units in here. There's not a whole lot, essentially, in here, I would say, which is maybe a little annoying. It's just something to essentially deal with. I don't really know. I would basically say that this isn't bad, but it's also not particularly fantastic. There are some cool new models coming out, such as the Lord Invocatus. This is apparently a dude that might have some special powers. Fly also, so I guess he jumps, unsure. The Exalted 8-Bound, which are, instead of the dedicated Khorne Terminators, we're getting these guys. I don't like the paint scheme, particularly. The heavy metal style, I think, is a little too busy on these guys with the amount of detail. There's not that much trim hell, which is kind of a welcome sight here. But rules-wise, these guys are supposed to be pretty good. Obviously, new Khorne Berserkers. I mean, you either like them or you don't. What I'm happy to see is no trim hell. A couple of really cool helmets, such as this one. That one's also really sick. Some pretty exciting, Pauldron game going on. Overall, good-looking dudes, and they don't look that bad and that hard to paint. Jackals, again, I don't hate the design. I don't know if more melee cultists is what this army needs, but apparently GW decided that for us, so we don't really get to have much of an input. Now, there's a dice set, but for some reason it's only 15 dice. I feel a little gypped because every other set has been 20. Not sure how that works. Data cards. No one is going to be affected by this, because this stuff was already overpriced. This stuff is beginning to become even more overpriced. So, I don't really know, dude. I don't know. People apparently still buy it. I used to. Again, the shelf life of these things has gotten so low that I actually don't think it's worth it. There's also an accompanying novel, Angron the Red Angel Special Edition, coming out. This will be available from Black Library, as far as I know. They also will just have a regular release of the same novel. Basically, you can get the, let me see, hardback, MP3 audiobook, and digital ebook. So that's pretty interesting. You also have this Balefleet Battle Force, which has a couple cool things in here. So it looks like you get 10 Possessed, 1 Helldrake, 1 new Demon Prince, the Slaves of Darkness Demon Prince, who obviously can be used in 40k, and a unit of Chaos Terminators. Not a bad box, I guess it'll depend on the price overall. There's a Boarding Patrol box for Space Marines, so it looks like 5 Heavy Intercessors, 10 Assault Intercessors, and a Gravis Captain, the new guy with the fighting styles. Blood Bowl is getting Bruce Campbell, Bryce the Slice Cambuel. Definitely not Bruce Campbell's Ghost with a Chainsaw, it's a fucking sick model, by the way. Cool idea, Ghosts with Chainsaws are just amazing. Hats off to whoever came up with this one, actually pretty good. There's going to be made-to-order Alpha Legion upgrades. I don't know how to feel about the made-to-order nature of these, to be honest with you. Same deal with the Raven Guard stuff, like apparently these things are just not selling. And they're not selling to such a degree that now they gotta pull out the made-to-order stuff. I don't know how to feel about that. There's Renegades of the Long War Omnibus coming out from the looks of it, and Unholy, Tales of Horror and Woe from the Imperium. I believe, so this is, I mentioned before that Black Library started going into various genres when it comes to Warhammer stuff, and horror was one of the first ones that they ventured into, and then they did some crime stuff. I believe this is just like an anthology from 2 other anthologies previously. It's like a little collection of some of the best stories, because I definitely remember the Oubliette. I think I read Sepulturum as well. I think I read Deacon of Wounds. The Bookkeeper's Skull I definitely did read in the very first Warhammer Horror anthology. So, this is just another way for them to sell the same novels. If you've not read them though, they're not bad. They can be like a fun little read. It's the Black Hearts Omnibus by Nathan Long, and I believe this is Warhammer the Old World, yeah, Empire. Rainer Hetzel from what I'm seeing here. Warhammer Plus is getting not that much content this week either. There's going to be a Warcry Bloodhound Battle Report and a Blood Effect tutorial on Citadel Color Masterclass. The Vault is continuing to expand with just the lore content and article content from these publications. It's something. It's whatever. Obviously, they got to plug their own little Twitch. Hey, we could, if we had a bot, we could, throw them a shout out, but I'm not willing to do that. Seems like a lot of work if you ask me. Some free shit also got announced, so now we're on to this week, which is exciting. This is actually today. So the Jade Obelisk is a warband that got released a while ago that I totally forgot about. And apparently the free model this month is a Jade Obelisk member. They look cool, they got strong design. Definitely a more interesting take on Tzeentch. You can kind of see Tzeentchian things here. The mask itself, a little bit Tzeentchian, the bird skull for sure. And you can obviously, they still have a bunch of deals. They have a little collector's coin. You can get like a nice little album for this as well while supplies last. Again, this is good initiative. My problem is, as far as I'm aware, this does not in any way, shape, or form help the little guys, aka the non-GW game stores. I understand that they want to increase foot traffic in their own stores. I respect it. I'm not gonna call them out on it more. It's their business. They can do what they want. But I personally believe that GW cannot be present in every single country. As someone that lives in a country that doesn't have even a single GW store, I definitely think that GW will never actually be present in every single country where Warhammer is in. And that's just fact, because you can get the goods from their online web store, and you can get the goods from other people, like locals. You can get them shipped wherever, basically. So having to wait on GW to get this amount of support is a little bit annoying, in my opinion, of course. I would rather see a lot more support for the little guys, but I'm biased because I used to be a little guy. So, and I wear my bias on my sleeve. I will never deny it. This is an article that I kind of referenced before about Vashtor the Archiphane. He's basically the master of the Soulforge, so he's the dude that ends up making all the Soul Grinders, for example. Which is basically not a pyramid scheme, but kind of like indentured slavery. Because essentially, a random demon goes to the Soulforge because they want to have a corporeal body. They're given a corporeal body in the form of a Soul Grinder. They get, sent out on a battlefield. Even without a warp presence, they can actually stay present on the battlefield. What they don't tell the Soul Grinder to be in question is that when you're the only thing left on the battlefield and all the other demons have to leave, because, the warp is no longer present, you also become a massive target, and suddenly everything is going to shoot the shit out of you, and you're going to die, and then you're going to go back to the warp anyway. Now, at that point is when you get a call about your car's extended warranty, in this case, your Soul Grinder body, and pretty much what happens is Vashtor gets on the horn with you and explains to you, like, hey, no big deal, you just lost that body. It cost 15,000 souls to make, and because you suck as a demon and your patron god doesn't like you anymore because you threw in your lot with me, I'm gonna make you another body for, let's say, 20,000 souls, and, you know, you can slowly pay that off. I'm sure it'll go better next time, right? It's just a really clever way to get demons to basically serve you forever. But this is a fun little article. There's some great artwork here from the upcoming battle box, actually. Like, this is like kind of an almost now kiss kind of situation, but like, look at the quality of the art. It looks actually pretty sick. And again, you get a sense of scale and movement from Vashtor over here. He does look like somewhat incorporeal. Pretty neat, all things considered. And last but not least, event miniatures have been announced. So for 40k, there's an actually pretty cool looking Commissar. This guy reminds me a lot of a model that you can still get, actually. There's a Commissar included in the Baneblade boxed set. And I've always really liked that model, that little tank commander that you can build. There's a separate base included in the box for him. And this man looks a lot like that. I think it's the little, like, pauldrons, the coat, I don't know, but it just looks cool. The facial expression is also pretty great. There's also apparently an AOS model, and I'm looking for the name over here. It is Tolgar Split Eye. So this is called the Commissar's Duty, but I mean, you could just easily use this as your Commissar in 40k games. And Tolgar Split Eye is apparently a frenzied Dark Oath warrior sporting a natty eye patch and swinging 2 huge axes. Now you can just build this guy as a Dark Oath chieftain with like a bearded head. Some great detail here, actually, like both the axes, the pose, like look at that movement there. He does look like he's sprinting, like dodging something, or just like about to square up to kill someone. I really like the little book in his hand in the back here for the Commissar. There are some like 40k bits here, obviously. You have that little like, almost like shield generator looking bit here. I assume that might be the actual shield generator mounted in the belt. Another pistol from a man here. Yeah, it's good. These are good models. It's a shame that you will only be able to get them at Adepticon. So if you actually like these and you're not going like I am, then yep, it's eBay for you basically, and also for me. But I don't think I'll be buying these because I don't have much of a use for them. I was tempted by the made-to-order Commissars though. And I mean, hey, it took an hour and 34 minutes, but we did go through all of the news from last week, and apparently this is just a thing that we do now, so I don't really know how to feel about it, but I have a lot of fun talking about these things. At least this week it was a lot of fun, I think partially due to Gloomspite Gits getting a big glow up rules-wise, and also Beast of Chaos being rather exciting for me with the actual Morgurite Chaos spawn, the Gibbering Congregation. I'm looking forward to potentially building that. But yeah, you'll have to excuse me for but a brief moment, so I will actually pause the music here, put you on the BRB screen, mute myself, get some water, but not to drink, although that is probably not a bad idea to hydrate after like 95 minutes of non-stop talking. But my bigger plan is to get some water to do some green stuff work, and also I'll move the camera around and everything. So, with that in mind, allow me to just change scene, and I think it'll be like 2 minutes. So have some patience with me, will ya? And thank you in advance. have returned. Thank you for your patience. I believe you should be able to hear me now, because I did in fact unmute. And I will fix this little thing that I have before we head over and change scene. Allow me to just do that. I believe we were something like this, volume-wise. There we go. So there should be some background music now. Might be... I hope it's okay. I decided to download... Actually, I should give proper credit where credit is due, but I was really, you know, just enjoying myself talking about the various Warhammer-y shenanigans. Let me also change this so you can actually see what we're working with here. But the background music is actually courtesy of Lord Aethelstan, the Lord himself, Lord of Afghanistan, as some know him. Great dude, incredibly talented artist, and fantastic and very entertaining VTuber, actually. And he has a number of free BGM, like, songs available from his website. So I just picked Rainy Synthwave because I really like it. It's a much better loop, I think, than anything that Ray Kofod has. I still really love Ray Kofod's music, and that's why I'm very happy that we used some of his stuff for the intro. But I think this works better as a general background noise, because I did get some feedback that perhaps it was a little frustrating. It was definitely like a short loop that I had, just 40 minutes, so if you're streaming for 4 hours, basically, we're gonna hear everything multiple times. And the problem isn't necessarily how boring it is, I think, but more so the issue might be that, you know, it's a little jarring in some places. I tried to make a decent playlist, but I also just kind of half-assed it. So let me know if you actually like the fact that we just have like a BGM style thing in the background now, because I tend to like the BGM that various VTubers have. I think it's a cool idea, and I think it might work better for our purposes. And yeah, once again, thank you for actually, you know, being patient with me and sticking around. I also handled the phone call in the meantime, drank some water as I mentioned, got this water over here in my actual paint pot, and we're going to be doing some green stuff work, but there is some stuff that I can show before then. So, I guess without further ado, let's look at what I was able to essentially do with the currently final Mega Gargant. So if you remember, last stream was a little bit of a disaster because halfway through I kind of ran out of steam and inspiration because the original pose I had in mind for this guy just didn't work. It just wasn't going to work the way that I had hoped. And so pretty much I was shit out of luck, I would say. And it was not that fun, but I was able to come up with some stuff for him. And in the end, I basically went crazy, did even more slicing and a little bit of dicing. So last you saw this man, it was just his arms missing. And we were struggling to figure out a pose with them. As you can kind of see here, that's already been done. But I also sliced both of his legs underneath the knee and repositioned them. Now he's still got a little bit of a wobbly pose, but I still think it's not bad. And the plan for this man is to look a little bit like this, as you can kind of see here. So currently, this gentleman, you'll have to excuse me real briefly, I'll pull up my other preview window so it's more responsive. I can still see chat, by the way, so definitely don't spam a bunch of, like, you know, 7 or BTTV emotes. But yeah, so let's talk about what we did with this guy. What did we actually try to do? Rogodorn tank feet. I mean, yes, he definitely got he definitely got the Rogodorn tank feet going on. I have fixed that in one other guy, but I'll get to that. So, this lad now has a pose like this, and the idea that I have for him, and we're gonna have to do some sculpting for that. I'm not sure if we'll get to that tonight, because I want to go in order of how I built the lads. So, Tree Man is up next. But, the plan is, so this man is gonna be called Sungog the Shaman. And he's gonna have his little hand here holding this, like, fireball, which is actually from the Skaven Plague Furnace. I really wanted to use this bit, especially. It's super cool looking. I've always been madly in love with it. I was gutted when it felt like I was not going to get a chance to do it, and I think it looks super dope. I've also written quite a bit of lore for these guys. Basically, all you need to know is they're called the Bell Taker Stomp. They're obsessed with taking bells. Nobody knows where they hoard them because they're nomadic, but the Mega Gargants, like, every single Gargant is expected to loot a bell in order to become full-grown, in order to, you know, enter adulthood in the perspective of the tribe. And Mega Gargants keep their favorite bell on them at all times. Now, Sungug the Shaman maintains that because of his spirit sight, he doesn't need to see, and therefore he's gonna have a bell like this on his head, in some way, shape, or form. Like, he's just gonna look like an idiot with a bell helmet. And it's kind of funny, because he actually has a fireball. There might be, you know, no one really knows if he actually knows magic or not. He does not seem to get burned by the fireball, so maybe there is some truth to his claims, but we may never know. So we already done quite a bit of conversion work. As you can see, I modified the basic pose of the legs here a little bit. I did keep the feet position the exact same way for once, and that's because the 4th Mega Gargant is going to get his feet operated on as well. So I figured I could get away with it, and I didn't want to do a more running pose. I wanted him to be slow walking forward, very threatening, because of the whole pointing thing. I think I was able to achieve that, but maybe you'll disagree, I'm not sure. For the pointing, I just sliced off the one of the fingers that he had, and as you can see here, it's half sprue, half finger right now, so that's going to need a lot of green stuffing in multiple locations, and we're going to have to get to that, obviously. Now, his knee on the right leg is also not in the right position. We can actually fix that pretty easily, though, once I get some green stuff in here to cover this massive gaping hole, by the way, that's structurally dangerous and superfluous for sure. Then we can actually put a massive enough shield over his kneecap, and it's basically just make it look like he's wearing a knee protector. Obviously, other gaping hole in the armpit with the other arm, and in the back here. This one's gonna be hard to fix, but not impossible. Just hard to fix. Yeah, lots and lots to do, and he's also gonna need to get a new wrist because his hand position is gonna have to be something like that in order to hold the fireball. But that's about it. The other thing I'm considering doing, and I mean it's probably going to end up happening, is we'll probably put a bunch of green stuff in the inside of this bell here, and get his head wet and press it on there, so that it'll sit actually very snugly. Now I'm going to keep that as a sub-assembly, so his entire head, including the little not really like a cloak, but a hood that he's wearing, is going to get full painted. And it is gonna get obstructed later by this, but I don't really mind, because in the event that someone looks in from the bottom, which with a model this size, even with table view, can easily happen, at least there's gonna be some detail there. And we're gonna have to use some super glue at that point to glue this on, or maybe PVA. I'm kind of tempted to use PVA so we can avoid any frosting, because this is gonna be very, very close, and otherwise he's gonna get that little white frosty effect from the super glue. But yeah, I'm very excited with how this model turned out in the end. The leg position is something that still doesn't look so right to me, but I think I'm just willing to go with it, because the other guys have such good and strong poses in their legs, and this makes it so that there's no repetition, that I actually feel 100% secure that this is good now. I think we're Gucci, basically, with this guy. But he's not going to be the dude that we work on tonight, as I mentioned, because it's going to be our number 2 man. But you might ask, Mumbles, if you're going to work in the order of the models, and you're telling us that you're going to do the number 2 guy, what happened to number 1? What happened to Ugornul the Crazed, aka Running Man? Well, I can show you what happened with him, actually. I had a little bit of time, and I did all the green stuffing on him, actually. As you can see here. He's green in some places. In fact, he's green in all the places that were reposed, funnily enough. Now, I added a little, bit of detail to all of this, but it's not perfect green stuffing, and I do mention it in the stream title that it's shoddy green stuffing, for what it's worth, but I think it's okay. And the way I'm gonna basically, build this more into the model is going to be more when the gap filling also happens, and that's going to be coating it with a mixture of water and PVA glue, or just straight up PVA glue in some places. And I'm looking forward to that. The reason I haven't done that yet is because I'm planning on potentially adding some more detail to all of these guys, in the form of some green stuff straps, for example, to hide some wounds. There's also some places where I'm thinking I might add some arrows, glue those in with super glue to make it look like they've been shot at by little pipsqueaks. And also I still want to and still have to add a couple things, like his harness at the front. In the back here, he's got this little harness, basically, that holds the neck protector thing I guess he's wearing over his shoulders, but at the front there's nothing to hold it together, and I still need to add that. Still need to decide how I'm going to do that, because I don't actually want to cover up these bellies. I'm a weird guy in this sense with the Gargants. I actually think the giant, like, floppy bellies look fucking cool. They just look, like, intimidating. Like, just a dad bod man running at you, trying to kill you. It's definitely more horrifying than someone wearing armor over it, in my opinion. So, I don't know, I guess I really like the thought of the Gargants being impervious to damage, and therefore just not wearing armor. So that's probably what we're gonna do. But yeah, so this guy is actually, at least from the structural perspective, fully done green stuffing-wise, which is very exciting. Now, I'll keep talking, I'll keep you occupied while we're sitting here. I moved all the various bits that I had over to this little like cutting board that I have, and now we're gonna have to pay for that and get rid of some of it. And the reason that happened, and you know, I wasn't able to get into this before, because again, I was excited talking about Warhammer stuff, but I think that's a good thing, is mostly because I had a game over the weekend. We played a wonderful, wonderful 2v2 AOS game. In fact, none other than a friend of the channel, and in the chat right now, Renondant, was actually a member of that. I played against him and his Slaves to Darkness, another friend's Blades of Corn. They formed a nice little Cornate alliance. And a friend of mine, who also has been in chat, by the way, it's CSBAB, but I mean the Hungarian pronunciation would be Chebub. You would not know unless you're actually like Hungarian though, so I guess we'll just go with the CS for ease of talking about him on stream and not alienating people. But yeah, so he was here when we were streaming Diablo about a month ago actually, right after Christmas. And he was my teammate with his Ogre Maw tribes. Stonehorn spam with a hunter thrown in for good measure because he had the points. And I brought my Troggoths. My Gloomspite gets Troggoths with the old rules for a final time potentially. And it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. We tried out the open war mission generator from the main rulebook, which is something I've not done before. So that was new. It was actually very, very cool. It made for a very fluffy game. So I think we'll be using that a lot more in the future. And the Trogs did really admirably. I didn't just have awful damage rolls on all my Trog bosses. Only one of them whiffed and died, which is really exciting. So honestly, I can't complain. I think it was a fantastic send-off game. It feels like the lads are very happy to be getting some good, like, new and good rolls too, because they were already hyped based on the performance. If you subscribe to the fact that the models have feelings, which of course they do. Every model has soul, especially the old ones, if you ask in certain places on the internet. But I digress. So, I do need to clean up this place because we are gonna need to use this little like surface for the occasional rolling and whatnot. And these are just all the various Gargant bits, some of these stuff that I might intend to use as like basing detail as the ruins that you just saw earlier. Like this might see use on one of the Mega Gargant bases. I don't normally put a lot of pet rocks and other things like tactical rocks on the various bases, but I think for Mega Gargants, it'll really help with the scale. It'll help, like, sell the fact that they're super giga tall. They have feelings, that's a fact. I agree, I 100% agree. Models have feelings, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing, I think, that they do. It makes the game, like, a lot more fun when you get to write those little stories and models get to build their own little legends based on bad dice rolls and all sorts of other garbage. But it's a lot of fun. It's a funky time. I mean, hey, we like Warhammer here, as it turns out. I've streamed nothing but Warhammer this year, and to be honest, I've never been happier, so I don't know if we're ever gonna go back to video games. Nah, I'm joking. We probably will, but I'm just having a good time. To give you an update about the potential plan that we had in the meantime, because I mentioned before that one of the reasons why we wanted to maybe, work so hard on these guys is because there's a chance, however small, that we might get them done in time for the open day that I'm organizing. Now, realistically, including today in this, which is kind of unfair because I'm gonna get at most 2 hours of work done on these guys realistically from this point on. If we include this right now, then I got, let's see, it is the 30th, next week it's gonna be the 6th, the event is on the 11th, which to me says that we got 8, 9, 10, 11 days until the event. Now, 11 days would be plenty of time if I would get a chance to work 4 hours, for example, on these guys, aka every single evening. But I already know that that's not going to be the case, because I normally have plans for Wednesdays. I have like a little social function that I love going to, and I'm not going to give that up. I actually really enjoy the people there. And I'm also busy tomorrow, unfortunately, so there's definitely not going to be a stream tomorrow, but that's -2 days immediately. So yeah, I think it's time to face the facts that basically the way I wanted to have this army be done for the open day, aka like painted to like a battle-ready standard, is probably an impossibility. Now, I'm not gonna let that demotivate me though, because at the end of the day, like, this is an army that I want to have for Worlds, right? So maybe it's a good thing that I don't just fuck it up and do it fast, because I want them to look cool. I might actually keep the hobby knife here, by the way, that might be necessary. But as a consequence, I think for the open day, I'll probably play a different faction, and I'll have to like basically settle for that, which is not the end of the world. We're still gonna plug away at these guys, and I've been having a lot of like fun working on them. Actually, it's been, you know, we've been spreading our wings a little bit. Let me just get the green stuff over here, and I mean, hey, like I said, the guy we're gonna be working on. Oh, let me just break everything now. I mean, nothing broke. It was just very noisy. This is the lad we're gonna be working on. It's Tree Man. He actually has a name now, by the way. All of them do. So if you like, I can regale you with the tales of the Belltaker Stomp. Because the tales, they do exist. They do actually exist. I even have the lore, like, written for them. It's not particularly impressive. I kind of already gave you the Cliff Notes version, but yeah, so, we mentioned earlier, Running Man is actually called Ugurnal the Crazed. We have another gentleman who you saw, the third, probably Gatebreaker by trade, but we'll see. I might use them as different Gargants every now and then, because, I mean, hey, who cares? He is Sungog the Shaman, and this man over here is Marnock Strongarm. Because, and I mean, you know, it's not obvious right now, but he's gonna be waving around an entire motherfucking tree like that, uprooted and all. You gotta be strong to do that, right? So he's gonna be what we're working on tonight, and I mean, hey, if we work fast enough, we might actually get to do some stuff on Sungog. More likely is that we'll go back and forth between Marnock here, aka Tree Man, and Ugurnal, aka Running Man. I think that's more likely going to be the case. But yeah, so I'm gonna put him to the side here right now, because first we gotta mix the green stuff, and I got the Army Painter stuff. It's a little bit better value than the GW stuff. You could probably get this stuff cheaper though, even than the Army Painter price. I didn't, because the supplier that I use had this stuff in stock and at a good price. I just went for it. I might put this over here so that if we get some spillage, it still will be on here instead of on my desk, but I mean, this desk has seen better days, obviously. In hindsight, maybe going for a white desk as a hobbyist was a brave choice, but I didn't know at the time. Plus, I kind of like the setup of it. I've had a lot of struggles with it as a consequence, though. It has a lot of other features that kind of get in the way of stuff. But, hey, you make the most of what you can. I also was pressed for space, because in my game room, I should actually put together like a little photo album of my game room. Maybe I'll do that after stream and post it on Twitter. But half of the wall space here is taken up by 3 bookshelves, actually, for all the models that I have. And it's actually not enough space for all of my models, unfortunately. I quickly ran out of space. It turns out if you run a store for 4 years, and you kind of don't do anything but just like paint armies and play like stuff in your free time, basically, and even like in most of the store hours, when I wasn't busy holding demo games or doing something else, I just tended to buy and paint. And you amass a pretty big like collection of stuff. Now, incidentally, when I was doing the green stuff work on Running Man, I did try to use latex gloves, but it didn't work too well, unfortunately, because they were not completely tight to my fingers, which normally isn't a problem. I have used them a couple times now for painting, and it's been pretty good. I really like them for painting because it just doesn't leave a mess. It's not that it's really that difficult to get rid of like paint stains off of your fingers and whatnot, but for me, as someone that occasionally has to actually go and talk to like prospective buyers as part of my day job, it can be a little frustrating. They can leave like actual little stains in like your fingernails and stuff. It's not that nice, and I always worry, you know, like some kind of like weirdo might think like, oh, this guy isn't like a proper salesman. Like, look how dirty his fingernails are. I mean, at the same time, though, I realize I'm definitely guilty of overthinking, just in general in my life, not just, like, professionally. But still, so the gloves have helped a lot with the painting side of things, but apparently they're not ideal to use for sculpting, unfortunately. Which is a shame, because they get rid of any kind of fingerprints, obviously. But, hey, you work with what you have, I think. Like I said, I have a good way of getting rid of the fingerprints in the first place. so it's not all bad. But we'll see what we can do. Now, I have these little, like, probes. These are, I think, like, electrician probes, normally. But I'm not, like, 100% like, certain. Dentists also have something similar, basically, that they use. But I think these ones are from my, like, back before I started working at the family business, actually, that I was talking about before. You know, it was just my dad's work and my mom's work. And my dad would often, like, bring stuff home. And this was one of the things that he got me back when I got into miniatures when I was like 8 or 9 years old. So this is a blast from the past. And they've actually come in super handy with sculpting. Like, you can use these in a variety of ways. Very, very useful. I'm pretty sure you could buy something similar off of Amazon or just go to like some kind of local store to pick them up. But I was very fortunate to have these on hand and finally find a use for them after a long, long time. I might move the green stuff over here so that it's just less in the way. I don't know why I got the sanding sticks there. Let's pretend that they're gonna be needed. I'm just gonna make like a little wet area here. And yes, I know what I said and I stand by it. We don't do phrasing here on this channel. We just say things. Imagine thinking about what you say. Ha! Cringe. Absolutely cringe. But yeah, so we're gonna just do some green stuff work. Now, originally my idea for the green stuff work was going to be that I would do some structural work, quote unquote, which would basically fill these holes and then eventually come back and do some actual factual like textures on it. Now that's a cool idea, but it doesn't really work, as it turns out. That's just not something that is basically going to work for us. And as a consequence, I've abandoned that idea. I've just accepted that it's gonna be one layer of green stuff, and we're gonna have to texture that, and that's okay. And instead what we'll do is we'll try to figure out ways to obfuscate the detail, like I mentioned. So if a particular area doesn't look right, we'll make like a little rope with green stuff and put it there, and then we'll put stuff on the rope. We can also just put, you know, like shields and armor panels and stuff there if we really want to. We can also make it look like an injury. There's a lot of ways you can go about hiding these things, because at the end of the day, the sculpting doesn't have to be perfect, it has to be good enough. But I'm not good enough to make good enough sculpting. But that's okay, because it's okay to not be, you know, good at everything. There's a lot of stuff I'm good at. I'm brave enough with a hobby saw, brave enough with a hobby knife to cut my models, and therefore, I gotta be brave enough to do this too. And just figure it out as you go along. It's just plastic. I really think that the more American attitude that, you know, US citizens tend to have for life, the more laissez-faire, just go with it kind of style, would benefit a lot of people, definitely including me. As I mentioned, I'm guilty of overthinking most of the time. And lately I've been like fighting that, basically. I've been trying to find ways to not do it as much. And it's been working out a lot better for me, to be honest with you. Like, I don't want to brag or anything, but I have been feeling a lot better as a consequence. And I guess I'm trying to impart my wisdom on you a little bit, if you can call it that, but I don't feel like I'm a wisdom dispensary in that regard. But still, and I believe Haywo, again, fellow content creator, I am actually gonna go and pull up his stream info and give a shout out, essentially. The most ghetto shout out. It's literally gonna be just me pulling this up and, like, you know, copy paste it into chat. And the reason I'm doing that is because I massively respect the man. He is a treasure, fantastic style, extremely informative, just a joy to listen to, frankly. And makes very, very good videos about AOS, by the way. So if you haven't already, go check out Haywo. He's got a very, very, you know, on-topic video about this, which I believe is called It's Okay to Be Okay. It's just a video about wargamer attitude, basically. But, yeah. It's a particularly important subject to me as well, and I agree with essentially all the points he makes in his video. But what I'm trying to say is basically, for painting, he also has a very, very positive attitude, which is, hey, it's just paint on plastic. If you mess up, you can just repaint it. You can just put more paint on it. You can just try again. You can get rid of the paint that's on there. You can do all of this stuff. You don't have to be super worried about this. And I think that's an attitude that everyone could kind of benefit from, you know? It's the kind of thing where it's like, I get it. I get why you're nervous. This was an expensive toy that you bought. Because let's be honest, these are just toys. But you don't have to freak out, because it won't help you. Freaking out over, you know, playing with your toys, about working on your toys, it's not really going to be very good for you, as it turns out. So instead of freaking out, try to be, you know, constructive, try to be positive, try to do all of this stuff, and basically take it as you go. Like I said, in this case, there's a lot on this model that I don't yet know how we're gonna do, and that's okay. Because we've done the big picture stuff, we have a good pose, we've got a lot of this stuff figured out, and that's cool. Now, the stuff that we gotta do, yeah, we'll do that. And if it turns out not good enough for our own, you know, very eyes, we can just be like, hey man, that's cool. We can fix that. We can go about doing stuff with that anyway. We can add battle damage, we can add injuries, we can add a ton of stuff. So we don't have to freak out, basically, is I guess what I'm trying to say. We definitely don't have to freak out. I'm just trying to get the size of this like little green stuff patch here correct, actually. And it's mostly been okay. There's something I'm wondering, by the way. Let me like make this completely soaked so it doesn't end up like gluing into my fingers. I wanted to look at something really briefly. If maybe there's a little something I can do here. Let me go into my OBS for but a brief moment, if you'll excuse me. I guess I could. Yeah, I guess I could mess with a lot of these settings. I'll have to look at this at some other point. I was wondering if there would be a way for me to actually just do like a little bit of a punch-in style zoom so that you don't just see the big picture stuff, but I think we're working on big enough stuff where it's gonna be fine once I'm done like kneading the green stuff, essentially. I'll try my best to keep improving stream quality, by the way, as time goes on, and that is a promise I intend to keep. But you know, it's day by day, slow and steady stuff. And my life is still a little bit of a whirlwind, which might be getting more complex soon. I'm not sure. We'll see. But mostly for the right reasons, for the good reasons, I would say. So I can't really complain. But yes, I just plopped this huge amount of green stuff on here. And what I'm going to do to start off with is, because we already got some, well, not just some, but a lot of texture actually over here, is I'm going to be, you know, spreading it across his foot here. And try to, like, taper it into the existing detail work. And I mean, you can just do that by pulling at it with a wet finger. It's not exactly rocket science, doesn't require any amount of skill whatsoever. And we don't have to worry about the fingerprints as of yet. That's something that we can obfuscate later. For the time being, just try to, you know, get these two things to look more like one thing. Because right now it looks like plastic, green stuff, and then plastic, very distinct, very broken up. We're gonna try to essentially deal with that. Now, I could use some kind of a tool for this too, and I am tempted to try one of these other probes here. I normally only use the one that I already kind of like made naked, I suppose. I undressed it, but I guess we could use this one. When you work with green stuff, obviously, in case you don't know, just you like make sure that the various tools that you're using are wet. Make sure your tool is wet is my biggest piece of advice, obviously. And the reason for that is because it's going to make it so that it doesn't stick to the green stuff. Because it's going to stick to anything that isn't wet. At least that's how the kneadite, I believe technically this is 2-part kneadite epoxy, just, you know, called green stuff, by GW sculptors who, you know, used this stuff originally to make models, incidentally. A lot of the now considered ugly finecast models are kind of a technical marvel, if nothing else, because of the fact that they were made with this stuff and basically very little else. So that's an interesting piece of trivia that you probably know, but maybe you don't. And I mean, hey, if you didn't, now you do. So I've kind of pulled this stuff apart. He's got a little case of potato foot right now. Looks a little bit like a green potato. But I mean, we'll work away on it, and I think it's gonna be fine. And like I said, we're gonna add a ton of detail to it. It's gonna be a-okay. And if it's not, we'll figure it out. Like, no need to worry. We will still probably cover this in a mixture of PVA and water, along with the plastic, which will definitely take care of the transitions for us. So I'm gonna use this for a change and see if we can maybe do some stuff with this. And I'm gonna soak the existing like other bit of green stuff a little bit more. And right now I'm just trying to actually leave some indentations, give like a coarse texture to the skin, add like some prickles, some little like, you know, almost like battle damage calluses, stuff like that. The beauty of the Mega Gargons is the fact that organic material is actually very easy to sculpt with green stuff. It's not at all difficult. Because when you look at your own skin, you look at your complexion, like here on my arm here, I don't know how well it picks up on the camera, but in real life, I got little blemishes. I got, like, as you can see, there's like a little like red streak from always like supporting myself on the table. There's a ton of stuff here that if you put it onto a model, like, it's not fully, you know, flawless. In some cases, you want fully flawless skin. Like if you're painting like an elven goddess, you might want to make the most beautiful skin humanly possible, because elves usually are just, you know, humans but better in every way, and beauty would be better at that point, I suppose, than being ugly. But that's kind of the nice thing about something like a Mega Gargon. You don't have to worry about that. You can just make the skin particularly ugly, because it would be. It's unkempt. But giants, ogres, troggoths are not hygienic. They have things growing in their body. They have things growing on their body. They have all these things going on. And so it's actually very easy to add to these models, in my opinion, of course. Easy enough that I think anybody should be brave enough to at least try. And as I said, you can't really mess up, not in like a massive way. Because if you mess up, like, you can just cover it in other stuff. It's okay. And we're gonna do our best to make some interesting, like, detail here. At least give it like a nice texture for sure. Add like a little bit of pitting, just actually make it look like it's proper skin. And again, I want to pat myself on the back here, but the filling that I did with the sprue pieces underneath this is like fantastic, by the way. Like it's fantastic. Because we just needed a layer of green stuff so we can actually focus on just the texture. So we might get some sprue pieces out, actually, to fill the other structural areas, even though it would be difficult, and we'd have to wait a little bit for the super glue to dry. But I'm very tempted to do it nonetheless, because it might make our job like very, very easy going forward. So we'll see. But right now I'm just doing some more like detail work on the toes, in between the toes, smoothing things out, giving it like a nice like texture. If you can see the motions that I'm doing, I'm literally just like, you know, keeping busy. I'm basically keeping the green stuff active, reactivating it with water, layering texture upon texture. And the reason I'm doing that is, as I said, we definitely have some fingerprints on there. It's unavoidable. I didn't use Vaseline. You could use Vaseline, by the way, to not have fingerprints on your green stuff, but it's gonna make things a lot more slippery. So if you're not like very patient or like a pro with using green stuff, you're gonna run into other issues. And I didn't want to, you know, contend with that. So instead, I just decided, like, hey, I'll just do this and, you know, use a probe. So right now, I'm basically trying to get rid of the fingerprint texture by introducing other texture, which is a very, you know, cheap way of doing it, but it does work. If you put on enough texture, then you basically lose track of the underlying one, as you keep, like, building and rebuilding over what was already there. So that's just what we're doing here. And in the meantime, you know, I'm babbling on about stuff. I think that, unlike the previous stream, we're very energetic today, and I'm very, very happy about that. I have like a number of reasons for that. Like I said, I was able to really like recharge over the weekend, even though it was actually very tiring. I ended up going out on Saturday night. I mean, I went out on Friday night too. I went out both Friday and Saturday night. But Saturday was, like, not crazy in that regard. I was just, like, hanging out with some people. It was actually, like, a super chill time. I had some nice, introspective conversation. Ended up running into a friend who I haven't seen in a while, and that's always a fun time. So that was actually wonderful. But I didn't, like, tire myself out too much with that. And then Saturday, during the day, I had my game of AOS that we discussed just a second ago. It was a lot of fun, but ended up going out after that. And the going out part of it didn't go particularly well, because the place that we went to, I've never been to before. I'm not opposed to going to new places, by the way, I will stress that here. But the vibe, I guess, like the atmosphere just wasn't for us. No one really had a good time out of the four of us that went. And so we decided to move, basically, but every other place was closed. Well, not closed, but like full of people, actually. Just like chock full of people. I don't even know why I said closed. My brain farted, so excuse me. I lied, but it was unintentional. But basically, every single other place that was nearby was chock full of people, so it just didn't work. It just didn't work. We ended up coming back to my place, which was fine. Like, there was no issue there. Just a little silly that we left in the first place at that point, but I guess we couldn't have known in advance. The one problem, if you will, at that stage is that because the party technically only started almost around midnight, we still went for the same amount of time as we normally do, so like 4 or 5 hours. But at that point, it's early AMs. And that's exactly what happened. So I didn't get that much sleep going from Saturday to Sunday. But it was great. Like, we had a wonderful time. Like, blasted all sorts of music in my living room. Always good. I'm a very music-driven person. I guess it wasn't like completely obvious with the streams and whatnot how much I talk about the various artists and all this other shit. It's a big topic that's important to me, even though I like don't know how to play a musical instrument, which is, I guess, something I'm a little like ashamed of in a way. But yeah, so I'm very like I'm feeling very refreshed over the like as a consequence of the weekend, even though I technically didn't have a lot of opportunity for rest. But I think, you know, if you have enough fun, you don't need that much rest, and maybe that's what happened here. And also, like I said, I really enjoyed going through the news, so originally I was very skeptical about, you know, constantly doing the Warhammer news thing, for sure, because I think there's maybe other people with even better game knowledge, with even better knowledge of these things that could be handling these topics and talking about them, and it feels a little redundant for me to go into them. But at the end of the day, I just kind of like doing it, as it turns out. I mean, there's a reason why I was doing a WarCom news show for 3 months, actually, a little bit over 3 months, but in Hungarian, on like a separate YouTube channel. I guess I just like staying informed for the most part. I kind of enjoy it. I like being in the know. And if, you know, we can do that while streaming with relative, like, frequency and activity, then I could see that being a lot of fun, actually. And that's what this whole thing is about, you know, we're here to have fun. Like I said, this hobby is about having fun. Warhammer is about having fun in general, but video games are the same way. So ideally, whatever you're doing, if you're tuning in, if you are not tuning in, I don't know how you would get this message, but maybe as being astral projected into your brain pan actively. But hey, most stuff in life is about having fun, so try to have fun, I would say, is a pretty big priority. Especially if you can have fun without it, you know, being at someone else's expense. That's pretty PogChamp, dude, I would say. So yeah, have good weekends, like I did apparently. Get completely recharged and then come back and do other things that you love doing. And just have a good time. Try to be like a positive force, even though it's hard to do these days. We live in... I made the argument over the weekend that I don't think we necessarily live in a more fucked up world than before. I think it's just a more interconnected world, and we just know about more stuff than we did in the past. But that doesn't change the fact that it can be very demoralizing looking at the news, reading about stuff, doom scrolling and whatnot. And I mean, hey, websites and news outlets want that interaction, so they'll report on anything and everything so long as it gets them their much coveted clicks. And unfortunately, that's usually at the expense of you and me and human beings, people. Because, you know, the news don't care. The facts don't care about your feelings, as it's often stated by certain individuals. But, hey, the facts are reported by people, and I sure wish the people cared about my feelings. And I sure wish we cared about each other's feelings a lot more. Seems to be more and more difficult, but that's the thing. This is my argument, basically. Like, we live in such a shitty world, and people can be such massive assholes to one another. Like, actually ridiculous in terms of how asshole-ish certain people behave. But that just means that the bar is much lower for you. Like, if you're just not a giant dick, then you're considered potentially a great person in today's day and age, which is, of course, sad. It's not great news. But hey, try to look on the bright side. It means that you get to feel good about yourself, basically, for less effort, which is pretty cool, I would say, in the grand scheme of things. That's how I try to look at it. Like, I don't think by nature I'm a good person. I have a lot of, like, faults and stuff that I struggle with, and, you know, it's a work in progress day-to-day thing, But I do think that if you actively keep at it and you work away at stuff, then eventually you'll get better at it. I mean, that's basically one of the big things about this hobby, right? You keep building models, you get better at it. You keep painting models, you'll eventually get better at it. And I think it works much the same way in life. And I think your intentions matter a whole lot. Like, I think there are individuals out there who are considered good people. I can't really give you an example off the top of my head. And a lot of the examples I could give you would actually just be very, very personal, like people from my life that you probably don't know. And that's okay. But basically, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, I think that the people that I consider good by default aren't necessarily better than me just because I'm not good. It's more like a talent versus acquired skill situation, if that makes any sense. So the folks that I look up to, because I think they're inherently good-natured, they have an advantage over me because I view them that way, and obviously that's for a reason, at least I think so. But it doesn't mean that it's like an insurmountable obstacle. It doesn't mean that they're always going to be better than me. It just actually means that they have a talent for being good, basically. But I can get there. With hard work, I can get there, and I can even surpass them. And you might be like, oh, but it's unfair that I gotta put in the hard work. I mean, a lot of things in life are unfair, inherently, and that's just how it is, unfortunately. Whether you like it or not, that's how it's gonna be. But I don't think it's worth freaking out over, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And your nature is never an excuse to behave a certain way, because you can always rise above that. You should always be able to rise above it, no matter how difficult it gets. And I mean, hey, if you need help doing that, and we all kind of do, get the right people in your life. Look for those people that help you get through that little mission, that actually allow you to keep bettering yourself, that give you a reason to better yourself. Like, get you people that you feel are better than you, so you feel like you gotta improve to stand next to them. It's a little bit berserk-pilled, for sure. It's a little bit, you know, Guts and Griffith right before, you know, Guts leaves the Band of the Falcon. But I mean, I think there's some truth to it. Like, ideally, the people in your life aren't just comfortable. They make you strive for more. They make you want to do better. And I would say that I'm very, very fortunate in that I have a lot of people like that in my life. And I mean, that could be for a number of reasons, like I said. It could be with my perceived lackings, basically. It could be just because I'm like, I don't think of myself particularly highly. Of course, that's one way of basically explaining it away. But, I mean, hey, past a certain point, it's just more likely that I got some awesome fucking people in my life. And I'm very grateful for that. And these are all individuals that do make me go like, man, I fucking gotta step it up. And I intend to. Oh boy, I intend to. We're gonna give this whole fucking thing our best shot, because that's all you can do, right? There's not much more to do, I would say. And I mean, look, while we're babbling on, I'm just poking and prodding at this green stuff, and I'm gonna get it closer to the camera so that hopefully you can maybe catch a little bit of the detail we're trying to put on here. Let's see if I can maybe like move it around a little bit and get the focus to go properly. There you go. It doesn't show up that much on camera, but there's no fingerprints is the big thing that you may notice. You may notice a lack of fingerprints more than anything, and that's what we're trying to achieve. It's got a different texture. It's got a worn, almost leathery texture, and that's good. A lot of the kind of superfluous detail, because a lot of these markings and notches and whatnot that I've done are just too deep. They're just actually far too deep for that to be present on regular skin. But thankfully, this is a Mega Gargant, so I think we can get away with that. And more importantly, when we cover this thing in PVA, once it's actually fully done, a lot of that stuff is going to get filled up anyway. So we don't really have to worry about that. Now, the scarier part is going to be this little knee over here, and that's why I'm thinking that we'll probably get started on the other one first. Get like a nice little tentacle of green stuff to fill the other one. And for this, we might actually get some sprue bits and try to fix it with that so that we can just texture. Because the reason this turned out as good as it did, what I just showed you, and I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but it does not have any fingerprints on it, like visible anymore, which is definitely what we're gunning for, is because we were able to focus on texturing, and we didn't have to worry about where our green stuff was gonna go as we pushing it, because it has nowhere to go. It's just on the thing, right? We didn't have to like worry about it in any way, shape, or form. And we can kind of sort of do that with this left leg here that he has, his left, not mine. But his right is a different matter entirely, and the problem is that gigantic gaping hole that we left there. Which is normal, because we reposition his leg, of course there's gonna be, you know, a mark of that, basically. But if we could fill that up with some sprue bits and pieces, then we could once again focus on texture. And as we've seen, focusing on texture gets the job done. It adds to the model, it makes it look a little bit more believable, lived in, and it's all stuff that we can then layer away later once again. So I think we're gonna do the actual his left, which is taking a little steppy forward. And we'll try to see what we can see with the other stuff. Thankfully, it seems like his arm might be okay. I did put some sprue bits in there. It was the way I was able to glue it in place in the first place. There's one other thing that I'm thinking about, but I think we'll also need some plastic bits for that. And you know what? Yeah, that's gonna be the case. So instead of, like, we'll do this little sculpting thing, and I won't put on a BRB screen after, once we're done with that, but I will go grab some of the Mega Gargan sprues, cut off some more sprue bits, and put some in his wrist, and also in this hole on the right leg, so that we can then focus on texturing. That's currently the plan that we have. And I mean, ideally, those will, you know, owing to the fact that I'll be using super glue, dry fast enough that we'll have an easy time actually still green stuffing over them, and just letting this thing, like, cure overnight, basically. I mean, hey, if we could have this man, you know, actually have his wrist and everything, it would be pretty sweet. Now, we also have a big undertaking on him, which I think we would probably need more green stuff for. In fact, definitely looking at it right now. And it is his, like, little pelt on his shoulder that normally has a bunch of horns coming out of it. We have to get rid of the horns. If you weren't here back during that stream, we basically cut away the horns because the pose that we have in mind for this lad is very different than his basic one. What we're trying to do, essentially, is to have this, this club that we built ourselves on his shoulder, like he's carrying it to battle. But in order to do that, we have to cut away at least one of the horns, and at that point, because I'm kind of a fan of symmetry, even if it's not perfect symmetry, even on models that definitely would not be symmetrical, I just said, you know what, let's take away both. Let's just get rid of both. Why don't we? I'm just, like, shaping the green stuff into a nice little, like, roll, essentially. And that's because I want to just have a long enough piece to go around his entire leg here. We don't want it to be too thick, because again, like, there's a ton of existing detail there. We just want to do the least amount of work possible in this case. Then we can kind of look at it. So, like, this would be length of the blade here, another length of the blade here, and that. So 1, 2, yeah, like about here-ish would be good. You could also measure it with, like, something proper, but I personally just eyeball stuff. But then I know that I have an advantage, because apparently I have, like, good eye for this shit, at least. As it turns out. When it comes to deploying things and, like, putting objectives on in the center of the table, I'm kind of a legend locally that pretty much wherever I throw something on, it's going to be, like, in the perfect spot. Every single time. I don't know how it happened. I think it is my old Warhammer Fantasy days actually coming back to me. Because you used to be, and this is a little trip down memory lane for me, for sure, maybe some of you tuning in, and maybe some new information for you if you're just an AOS gamer who never played the old fantasy, which, by the way, is cool if that's the case. And welcome in. You didn't used to be able to pre-measure. Back in the Warhammer Fantasy days, you know, which was set in the world that was, and it's going to come back in the form of Warhammer the Old World, you didn't have pre-measuring. You were not allowed to measure in advance. You were only allowed to measure your movement, basically, and the exact amount of movement that you had, nothing more. When it came to shooting, you would have to declare your shooting attacks before actually measuring anything at all, and if it turned out that you weren't in range, then your shooting attack was wasted. Because your soldiers just, you know, fired their bows, fired their flintlocks, but it didn't reach anything because it was actually too far. Now, it's one of the many reasons why Old Fantasy, before 8th edition, was considered very, very, like, beginner unfriendly, because obviously people with a ton of experience are not affected by this rule. The folks that have been playing the game the longest know what 18-inch range looks like on the table. They can very clearly tell. No problems there. The new players, though, have no fucking clue. Hell, if you don't really come from, you know, a part of the world that uses inches, you have no clue how big, like, 12-inch reach, for example, is. You might have to take, like, a bunch of time to learn that. So this is one of the reasons why, you know, it was very, like, Fantasy was definitely not the game that you would want to play if you were, like, just new to wargaming in general. It was harsh, it was merciless. They did get rid of it in 8th edition, for what it's worth. Because they also realized that it was very easy to cheat the system. Because, you know, if you, in the shooting phase, for example, started with the largest, like, longest range weapon in your army, and therefore you could measure something like 36 inches, you could very easily accidentally measure distance, or infer how far away something was. Now, oftentimes it didn't matter because by the time the shooting phase rolls around, you can often not really move. But there are some situations where you can. There were units that could, for example, fire or like move before firing or move after firing, as far as I know. Some light cavalry, especially elvish stuff. Good old elvish trickery. But yeah, so it's kind of a difficult system, especially for new players to grasp. And I can definitely see why it's no longer the case, basically, at least in AOS and 40k. It also eliminates a lot of the arguments, being able to pre-measure. Because you can actually have one of the best things in wargames, which is intent. You can just tell your opponent, like, hey, I'm moving this unit, but especially in a tournament setting, where, you know, there hopefully is, and more likely than hopefully, there's a chess clock kind of situation, which I think is a great thing in competitive settings, by the way, because I think it adds another skill set to be good at, and it is something that should filter players. But basically, you can, instead of measuring everything perfectly, you can literally tell your opponent, hey, I'm putting this unit down, and my intent is that they're X inches away. So we will treat them as if they're X inches away. Once I have the time, we will move them properly, of course. But for the time being, I just want to put them down to basically signal that they are arriving from reserves. My intent is for them to, you know, play by the rules, and then I'm going to do a charge, and if the charge is successful, then I'll get to move them in. I will not get to move them in further than I would be allowed, but I will deal with moving them then. If I fail the charge, we'll just set them up the way they should have been set up. It's a great system. It's actually a great system. It just makes it so, you know, like, you don't have to muck around with all the fine detail work right away in a game. Later on, you have to. Like, you can't avoid it. This isn't a way to get around that. This isn't a way to cheat. It's a way to make the games play better. And a lot of people freak out about this when they're told the first time, like, oh my god, like, you intend? Is this a thing people do? And yes, if both players are on the same page, if you're both super casual, there will not be a problem. If you're both super competitive, there's never going to be a problem, because you don't want to win a game. Ideally, you don't want to win a game on a technicality, because that's no win at all, I would say. And hopefully you think the same way, but maybe you don't. I mean, hey, we have a lot of other examples, for sure. But either way, the problems tend to arise more when you have people with very differing backgrounds and very differing expectations. So casual versus competitive, obviously, is a big issue still, not just in AOS, but also in 40k, and I imagine every single wargame, realistically speaking, as it turns out. It's just, you know, toxic, like, people often talk about toxic competitive players, but I tend to find, and I notice on myself, that casual play can often be a lot more toxic than competitive to begin with. Because casual players, myself included, can often feel a sense of superiority to actual competitive players kind of pointlessly and for no real reason. Like, you want to feel better about yourself as a casual player than the competitive players do, because you need a way to cope with the fact that they're better at the game than you. Because they are. They are by definition better. If they have a better win rate, if they go to more events, if they're more successful at this game, you know, getting victory after victory, then they are by definition a better player. You can argue semantics, but it doesn't change the fact that they are indeed a better player. And at that point, you're obviously going to be inclined to try to find something that you're better at, so your brain can still essentially continue existing because of your fragile ego. And I'm not calling you out in particular, viewer. I'm more, again, talking about myself. I suffer from these things for sure. I think everybody does, if we're being honest. I just, you know, make the mistake of talking about this out loud on Twitch in a recorded setting for everybody to know. So basically, I'm just outing myself. But hey, someone's got to, and I don't really mind. I never said that I'm a good person. I just said I'm a person, right? So that's the beauty of it. But yeah, I think toxic casual behavior happens much more often than toxic competitive does. Of course, when toxic competitive behavior does happen, such as cheating, for example, it is also significantly more disastrous to the community than toxic. Well, maybe not more disastrous, but it makes more waves in news outlets for sure. If somebody is caught cheating at a wargaming event, that shit is going to be all over wargaming news sites, obviously, and rightfully so. That should be the consequence of you not playing by the rules. People should know, and you know, people that don't play by the rules should be made an example of, so other people understand what might happen if they do the same. Because while ideally we live in a society where, you know, you play honestly just because that's how you should be playing, you also gotta show that, hey, you also want to play honestly, because if you don't, you might get ostracized from the community a little bit. You will get a bad name for yourself. Your opponents will definitely not trust you. You won't have as much fun. People will turn down games with you. And that sounds really rude and gatekeepy to say, like, hey, that's a good thing. But it kind of is, though, because it ensures that the community self-polices. 99% of the time, people mean well and they won't cheat, not intentionally. They might misremember a rule, but they're not intentionally cheating. But there are, unfortunately, people that abuse other people's trust. And it's because of those people that you gotta have hard and fast rules, and sometimes you do have to make an example out of somebody. It's not necessarily nice, but it is what it is. And if you don't, then again, they'll continue abusing your trust and other players' trust, and just continue to make the game overall worse for other people, which is not fun. And I mean, hey, this is a very expensive hobby. It's a massive time investment. If you're not gonna have fun because of your opponent, that's fucked, right? Like, some people travel 12 hours or more to go to one of these events and try to just get a bunch of games in. They realize they're not gonna win the event. They don't, you know, they're not delusional, but they do want to have fun. They pay a lot of money for their army. They pay a lot of money for, you know, going to these events, and it's rude to essentially stop them from being able to do that. And I mean, hey, you gotta arm your community with something at that point. It is what it is. I mean, we're people. We all make mistakes. Have I cheated in wargames before? I'm pretty sure I have when I was starting out. It wasn't even the smart kind of cheating. I'm pretty sure I cheated at dice rolls, and not even in the smart way. Like, I would just claim that I rolled something else than what I did. I mean, in my defense, when I started playing, I was like, what, 12 years old? I think as a 12-year-old, that's still like, maybe not a reasonable thing to do, but you could be excused for doing it. It's dumb. It's dumb. It's basically just, you know, you wanting to roll something, but not being able to accept the fact that it's random chance, and that's why we have dice. If I could just say that I roll a 6, what is even the point? Everybody would just say that they rolled a 6, right? And I mean, my opponent isn't doing that, so I should respect my opponent and also not do that. But I was fucking 12 at the time, and I didn't care. I just wanted to win, right? It was a different mindset. And it's because of that that I can talk about this and say, like, yeah, like, that's why we gotta have this shit sorted out a little bit, at least. But hey, at the end of the day, I'm just using this topic to fill air, basically. Not that I don't have stuff to talk about, but any topic we can mine for any amount of time is good. Because I'm one of those weird streamers that wants to have zero dead air. It's one of the reasons why I'm very, very displeased with the stream before this one. Because it was just a lot of quiet. Now, obviously, there's gonna be moments when you're focused on stuff, trying to do your thing. It's understandable, but still, it felt uncharacteristic for me, you know? I was silent more than I was talking. And that's okay in a real-life situation. Like, I'm a very talkative individual. I never shut up, even in real life. That's kind of who I am. But it doesn't change the fact that there are situations where I can be more quiet, where I understand that other people have the floor, other people, you know, are busy talking, and I'm letting them, like, have that moment. Letting them as if, you know, like, they need my authority and permission to do that. God, I sound awful. More awful than normal. But that's besides the point. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, in real life, I think I understand when you know, you gotta take a chill pill and be like, okay, you know, it's not my turn, and that's fine. In fact, it's okay because I don't have to think about what I'm gonna say. I don't have to say things. It's nice and chill. But on stream, like, my mission statement is to be entertaining, and I think I'm at my most entertaining when I'm just rambling on about stuff. And I wasn't doing any of that during the last stream. Well, not enough of it, certainly. And that's why I was a little upset with myself. Don't get me wrong, that VOD is still scheduled to go onto the official VOD archive. I'm never gonna deny that it happened. Again, this is a thing I'm working on. I'm a big perfectionist. Like, I have massively high expectations for myself, kind of unrealistic, especially in a number of cases. And I'm trying to fight that, because it's not, you know, a good thing to have that. As long as stuff like that makes you motivated to do better, like I mentioned before, it's good. But if it's causing you mental and emotional distress, because you never feel good enough, you feel inadequate all the time, and I definitely suffered from that, you gotta sort that shit out, man. And one of those things that helped me is just owning up to all the times I fucked up. Admitting to cheating in a war game in, like, a live stream. Hell, I would use a more recent example if I remembered one. But that's the thing, like, I want to accept myself as a flesh and blood person, because everybody else is a flesh and blood person, and I never have problems with them just because of that. So, I mean, why the fuck should I beat myself up over this, right? I should just hold others to the same, like, standards that I should hold myself to the same standards that I hold others to, and maybe I'll be a little happier if I do that. And it's mostly been working out. Like, I think I'm on like a good vibe nowadays. Not doing all that bad for sure. Thankfully. But a part of it is definitely the fact that I've just been focusing on being more real. You know, letting people closer. Being a little bit more vulnerable. It's not, you know, like an insane amount, but just enough where I can actually call it vulnerability. Being more honest with people. Just actually not just brushing questions off and all of this stuff. Like, it's a process. Like I mentioned, day by day, you gotta do this every single time. It can sometimes wear on you. You're gonna have good days, you're gonna have bad days, you're gonna have days you're gonna do, like, fucking awful. And you're gonna have days where you'll just knock it out of the park, and you'll be like, wow, I can't believe I ever struggled with that shit. But you just gotta do it every single day. And in that sense, streaming has been very helpful for me, actually. So, in a way, Twitch.tv, John Twitch, is kind of my therapist. Well, no, really. That's not really the case. John Twitch is more the guy I'm renting the psychiatrist office from. Well, actually, I'm not the one renting it, it's you. Chat is actually the therapist, apparently, in this analogy. Look, it's very multi-layered. Apparently, I don't even understand it, let alone you, apparently. But, hey. It is what it is. My crazy brain. It just thinks and well, just thinks the darndest things, and then I say those things. And that situation might be described as me saying the darndest things, but that's the stream. That's what we do. That's the content that I decided to make. And I like it. And I hope you do too, to be honest with you. I have a good time here every time I go live, and that's what I aim for. Trying to channel my inner Bob Ross, my little radio voice, my Northern Lion, a lot of influences, have a couple of laughs and giggles in here. Just, you know, spend a number of hours doing something that I love, and maybe giving people some entertainment in the meantime. I at least hope so. And I mean, hey, I think lately we've been succeeding. And mostly it's been getting better because I've been getting a little bit better, so can't discount that. Can't really discount that, you know. Hurt people might hurt other people, but healing people apparently might heal other people? I don't know. I wouldn't say that I've been healing people. That's definitely a stretch, but I've been having a good time for sure. And I think it shows, and ideally it makes for better content. I certainly think so. And I mean, once again, we're just talking about inane bullshit, and frankly, insane shit. But it has made it so that I've been able to texture this man's little, like, cut here with an actual nice little skin texture. Very worn, almost looks like it's scarred in a number of places. I'll show you in a second. I'm just gonna spread it out a little and move some of the water droplets out of the way so that it doesn't look warped. Allow me to change my little second monitor here so that I have like a much more responsive thing going. You can see focus better and everything. You can see some of the texture there actually as it focused. You know, the light might make this hard in certain places, obviously, but yeah, we're doing the Lord's work with this thing, apparently, at least to some degree, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. Now, I'm not gonna put on a BRB thing right now because I'm literally gonna be gone for like 30 seconds. So just give me a moment while I get some spruce. I will probably grab my little snips, my little clippers. We have the glue right here because we're gonna add some more plastic to this plastic model so that we can focus on texture. Because apparently focusing on texture is not only a lot of fun and somehow a conduit to deep conversation, but it also just makes for better quality and higher quality sculpting. So, give me just 45 seconds, then I will be right back. Enjoy the BGM in the meantime. I'm not going to turn it up louder, though, because I might forget otherwise to turn it back down. Alright, let's get the box. And I have returned. Maybe it was more than 45 seconds. Look, I don't know. Do have to mess around with this a little bit. I might have to move this guy so we don't knock him over. I don't need this box. I mean, in fact, I need the box that's at the bottom, obviously. Always gonna be that way, but it'll work out. And I want more sprue bits, is basically what we're looking for right here. We just want to fill up those actual, like, voids on this model right now. Making a little bit of a mess on my table back here, but that's the beauty of the current camera angle. You don't see anything of that, so I look very nice and clean and organized. And I will mention, normally after games and a very eventful weekend, I tend to struggle with getting my place nice and tidy. It takes like 30 minutes. I don't live in like a massive flat. And we don't even mess up like a lot of stuff to begin with. I again mentioned that I have cool friends and we don't tend to leave a mess in the first place. But for some reason I still find it hard sometimes to just like actually get shit back in place. Because I'm lazy apparently and I like to pretend I have better things to do when clearly I don't. I don't even stream that often, like Jesus. But this weekend was different. Again, I was very happy. And maybe that had an impact on it, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure that it did, realistically speaking. Because right after like everything was said and done, I did a little bit of like resting on Sunday, and I just went and did all the stuff that I needed to do for cleaning up. And like I said, normally it takes me like a couple of days to put everything back into place. Now, I gotta be careful so that we don't, you know, touch the stuff that we've worked on. Or if we do, let's make sure that our fingers are wet. This side, we were able to like slip this in. If only we could hold that in place somehow. Kind of can, actually. Let's see. Not the ideal way of holding it, but... Okay, I think I have a little marker where I need it. Yep, let's see where this needs to be. I think this is gonna be the angle that we need. There we go. Maybe too like wide. I guess we can try. If it's a little bit smaller, that's not the end of the world, actually. That might actually work. Okay. Well, it's gonna be hard putting this in here. You're not seeing a lot of this either right now, so you'll have to bear with, because this is something kind of hard to video. I'm putting in tiny pieces of plastic frame into a relatively large hole on the model that I basically made, and I'm just kind of like trying to stuff this in. To be honest, you're not missing much though. Like, it's not the most enthralling thing that you'll ever see in your life. Now, would it be possible for us to maybe put in another plastic piece here? Might be the case. Perhaps from this angle. But this right now is too long. But we could cut it here. And if I remember correctly, something like this. I mean, this one could be smaller than what we might need, because based on what I saw a second ago, it's probably not a good angle for the cut though. Let's clean it up a little first off. I'm just like trying to put in another little piece into that hole, but it's only gonna touch kind of the opposite wall of his inside leg. So it's gonna be a little tricky to put it in there. Let me actually apply the super glue with my left hand, so that we already have the piece primed and ready to like move in with the other hand. Nice! Actually, that worked perfectly. Look at this. Let me show you what we're working with here. So I just like cut one little piece of sprue, cut it into like separate shapes, and we just like filled that little thing up. It's a minor little thing, but it's gonna make it a lot easier for us to focus on texturing there. Because hopefully our green stuff doesn't keep falling into the void there. Instead it'll be grabbed by the plastic sprue, like it can, you know, use that to support itself. The other question we have now, the big one, is going to be how we build a wrist for him. How do we build a wrist for this man? And let's see. What's the angle we would like to make? This is the angle we'd like to have. So I mean, ideally we would cut a piece of sprue that is actually the perfect size, and then we can focus mostly on building around it. Yeah, this would look okay. So we need a little bit of a thicker sprue, from what I'm seeing here. Something to keep in mind. What's a thicker part of this sprue here? The center line here is actually kind of thick. We might be able to use a piece from here. There we go. We might have to actually smooth this down to fit what we want it to do. Let's see. So... no, that's not gonna be the one we want. Kinda want it to face the right direction. It's a big deal for us right now. What if we do it like that? It's a start. It's a start, actually. Let me mark it, score it with a knife. Nice, that's gonna be very obvious, which is good in this case. I just marked where I need to cut, basically. Thankfully, plastic is, you know, fragile enough that you can very easily score it even with this pretty blunt hobby knife. You can tell it's blunt because, like, me using it to saw through this little plastic piece is taking quite a bit of effort from me. So I think if we glue it these two places, it might require a little bit of smoothing, but I think that's okay. It's fine. It's kind of the way we want it to go. And we're gonna still have to add like more bits to this, for sure, but at least we're getting somewhere. And if I put this on properly, then this will be like the basis of his wrist going forward. It does have to kind of glue though. before I can really test it. I mean, that looks kind of right for me, although it's not really supported in any of the places that I would like. Contact points are almost non-existent, which is making this difficult. Which is a streamer way of saying I fucked up, like, gluing the thing. And I'm now gonna blame, like, the model, obviously. Yeah, that's not gonna glue at all. I need to put the thing back in his hand, though, because otherwise we can't exactly dry fit. Eventually, like, we will have to glue this thing in his hand. There's also some green stuff work needed on the tree, by the way, which we can't ignore. Yeah, it's not gonna be good at all if it glues like that. Let's see. It is like a weird little angle that we gotta build. I feel like if we built like a proper superstructure for this, we'd be a lot happier, but that also seems like a lot of work, actually. And perhaps a work I do not wish to put in right now. As silly as that sounds, you know? Let me dry fit it again just to figure it out. I think I see what I need to actually do. And I think I have an easier way of doing it. This might make the rest of this a little tougher, though. Because I'm now moving this to the center of the wrist that he has. The reason being that hopefully by doing that, I can essentially have it be like a supporting piece already. It's working to some degree. The reason I'm saying it might not be a good idea is because it might make the rest of the work a little harder. Because the space is now a lot smaller than it was a second ago. But if I put that in there, I think this is level with what we needed to do. Yeah, that actually looks pretty decent. And we basically just need another piece next to this, I think, to have the desired, like, thickness there. And funnily enough, the world works in mysterious ways. The remaining sprue piece that we have is just the perfect size for this. So I'm gonna add some more glue and slap this thing on there. Gotta make sure it's in the right position, though. Ideally, you know, we need to do like as little sanding on this as possible. Reason being that he does have some relatively interesting detail work going on here. But yeah, I got this thing off of here. So, the super glue kind of needs to dry on this lad. So I think we're gonna let him, you know, get a little bit of drying time for sure. Move all of this stuff back. And I did mention that we have this little tree that actually needs to get fixed as well. Might be tricky, but let's build his tree club, because if we do, one of the beautiful things that will happen is we'll get a chance to actually potentially glue it into his hand. And dry fitting is going to become significantly easier, and eventually, you know, putting stuff together is going to become a lot easier. Now, the other thing I'm considering doing, which I guess maybe we don't have to, I was thinking about putting some green stuff in here, into the little, like, cavity that he has on his hand, because I'm kind of thinking, because of the weight of the club, I'm gonna have to, you know, actually pin this piece. And it's gonna be relatively easy, I think, to pin it over on the other side, but on this, because it's just a cavity, I don't think it's gonna work. So I am gonna sacrifice some of my green stuff here. Well, sacrifice, you know, like, use some of it, basically, to fill this cavity up completely. And the reason for that is because I would really, really like to actually add, you know, like a pin in here afterwards. So we want this to be completely, like, flat and filled up as much as we can, so that at least once we drill through it after it has cured completely, it can just, you know, be used for our purposes. This is easy because this isn't really sculpting. Like, I'm just filling a hole, like, actually. And we can definitely, like, just sand this down however it's needed. But it's going to be helpful later on that we've done that. We're basically doing future us a big favor right now. And I mean, the rest of it is very simple stuff. We're going to make another little tentacle of green stuff. Take it all across this little tree. It's the size of a giant, by the way. And we'll try to do something with that. Now, let me also get a drink of water. It's been, once again, another 1.5 hours. Time really is flying. Ah, there we go. Delicious, delicious water. I have been trying to be better about hydration as well. Doesn't always work out. It's very easy to forget to drink enough water, but yeah. It's the reason why every streamer has a hydrate redeem. That's all I'll say. We kind of need it. And I don't just mean we as like, oh, I'm a big boy streamer too, send me hydrate redeems. By the way, you can't, but that's besides the point. But perhaps more importantly, just human beings. We're bad at remembering, you know, important biological things for some reason. At a certain point, you gotta wonder how the hell we got as far as we did as a species if we're this bad at stuff, but I think it's just dumb luck, basically. But I guess that's okay. Let's see the length of this thing. Again, using my very professional knife as a measuring tool. So this is one length of blade on this side. Another length of blade over to here. It's like three blade lengths. So we almost have what we need already. I think around this is what we'll need. It will probably be even more than we actually require, because once I press it into like shape, it's gonna be, you know, a lot less, but that's fine. We can always take away more. We can wet the knife so that we can very easily cut it. And I'll move this over here. I'll soak the rest of this. And this is what we have. Get it nice and wet. And again, we don't do phrasing. We just say things. And we stand by them. And we mean every word, which is sometimes scary and potentially annoying, but it is what it is. So we've stuck on our green stuff to this this here tree. I'm gonna smooth it out as much as possible now, because we're gonna have to build up this trunk, because this is actually two separate trees, at least in terms of components that we've put together. And you might be like, Mumbles, there's one problem I see with your plan. This is an incredibly detailed tree. It's got a lot of stuff on it. It's got a lot of wood grain. It's got a certain kind of texturing on it. And you're 100% correct, by the way. Might I add, you're very attentive and handsome. Have you considered telling your friends about my streams so that, you know, even more people tune in? Shilling aside, yes, it has a very definite texture that we're gonna do our best to mimic, and we'll see how easy that actually is to do. Now, if it is not easy, which I don't anticipate that it is going to be, then there are a number of things we can once again do to hide our work here. And some of that is going to be added in post in the form of like moss, for example. So again, I'm not exactly worried about this, despite the fact that you make very valid points about the potential difficulties we may face working on this. But yeah, the big thing is, it's a tree. You can add, you know, like leaves. You can add moss. You can add all sorts of nonsense to cover up the texture, if we really want to. And if we nail the texture, then hey, we don't have to cover it up. It's pretty sweet. But for the time being, I'm just trying to smooth it out for the most part, while still keeping enough green stuff in place so we have like something to texture. Because obviously if we just pull it apart completely, it's just going to be a smooth line between like the two, at least thankfully identically textured pieces of wood, but that's not how it would look in real life, I don't think. It's not a bad look, but I think we could do better. Even any kind of texture work that we do on this is going to be better than just, there's a fucking line across at the center that just, you know, doesn't look natural at all. I mean, hey, who knows, maybe wood grain, this type of wood grain is not that difficult to sculpt. I imagine if you have access to GW sculpting, you know, files, this is very easy to do, because it's probably just something that they have like saved, and that you just add with like the press of a button, maybe. modern technology do be crazy like that, but fortunately I'm not employed by GW, and therefore I do not have access to their actually classified files. I don't imagine anything related to sculpting would ever be released, because, yeah, that's a trade secret, actually. But that's okay. So right now we've just basically put this on, spread it out as much as possible, and I mean, it doesn't look bad. You may notice that, like, it doesn't look bad because it's not as jarring anymore. It seems definitely more, you know, like one actual piece, which some might even describe as being real. But yeah, we're gonna add some texture. Just pull some lines, basically. Add some stuff to it. And hey, let's have some fun doing that, shall we? Talk about some other stuff. I don't know what else to talk about, but then I didn't know what we were going to talk about the previous times, and it kind of sort of just happened, so to say I'm not exactly worried is putting it mildly, basically. We're just shooting the breeze, and that's okay. In fact, it's more than okay. It's decent. So there's like some little like incisions in here, essentially, from the looks of it. Doesn't seem that hard to actually make. Maybe I should add like a little indentation here. Trying to mimic the texture that's there already. It's actually not that bad so far. I'll show you like once I get to like a slightly better point and more of it is visible. Because right now it's just very little. It's not that much to show yet. But yeah, it's not positively dreadful looking right now, which is pretty nice actually. I'm right now working on the back side of this, and the reason for that is I did consider turning it around, but I started it on this side because I figured maybe we'll get a feel for it, and if we do, then we can after then just go to the front and do an even better job. And I mean, ideally we'll only do moss on one side, like we'll look at the better looking side and actually keep that intact. Because moss only grows on one side of the trees, generally speaking. At least in real life, you know, in AOS you can make the argument like, oh, it's different, but it's a little bit of a cop-out for sure. So I'd rather just keep the real rules of moss growth at least a little bit in mind when working on a tree type thing. And therefore, we're gonna do the whole thing and then look at which side turned out better and keep that one and cover the other side with a little bit of moss. But this actually isn't that difficult so far. Like, perhaps I'm doing a terrible job of it, but it doesn't look that bad as of yet. We'll have to go back and make the details a little bit more crisp for sure, but right now it's, I would say, promising. And I mean, once I'm done with this side, I'll show you what I was able to achieve. So just have a little bit of patience, will ya? You will see very soon. And in the meantime, just enjoy my incoherent rambling, apparently. That just keeps on going and going. It's the thing that will not leave. Maybe add just a little bit of a scratchy scratch there. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Should I keep this like center line here? That's actually because of the casting process. I guess we could, like, it won't look that obvious and bad once we add the gap filling, I think. And I mean, we're still going to add, like, we still need to add some other little, like, branches to this, actually. I have a bunch of available options from the Wildwood kit, from the spell itself, actually, too. Let me do like 2 more little locations here. Maybe we need something in the center there. Yeah, I think we do. That looks much better. Much, much better. Alright. It's going okay. It's going. And allow me to show you where we're at right now. So I basically just went around and kind of tried to follow the existing texture that was already there, score a couple deeper lines, mostly again following the texture that was present to begin with, and taking it a step further, adding like some squishy scratches, mimicking the texture of the tree to begin with. Now, I'm not saying it's the best thing ever, and we're still gonna come back around to it, but before we do, I'm gonna do the other side as well, and after that, we'll get back and, you know, redo some of the little lines that we have to make them deeper. We'll get to decide, like, what goes where for the final thing here. Which scratches are gonna be just, like, fine texture, what's going to actually be, like, part of the core texture that we have for the tree bark. That's the beauty of sculpting and just like converting models in general. You get to make them completely your own. Like now I'm making decisions that essentially the sculptors normally get to make. How this thing is gonna look entirely. And that's kind of fun, you know? Just adding some relatively deep, like, wood texture over here. Yeah, I think we're definitely doing better on the front part of it. It's worth starting on the back, because it now means that we can kind of use our experience to actually do some stuff here. This is looking mighty nice, actually. I really like it so far. Kind of starting to feel like I'm getting into the groove of things. Can't wait to show you, actually. Nice, I really like it. Yeah, the front is definitely being kept intact. So far it looks actually incredible. I'm really into it. Just gonna get this groove. Nice, nice. Yeah, I think we're basically nailing it now. Yo, this looks actually wonderful. Let me like quickly finish this part up and then I'll show my work. And then we'll hit the back once again. Get that line in there, nice. And let's see. So over here we can do like a line like that. Might have to smooth it out a little bit in certain places, just to be on the safe side, but... So, let me show you. So this is the quote-unquote front side of it. So this is going to be visible from his kind of golden angle profile, actually. And once the focus decides to cooperate with me, I think we should be fine. Lights also might need to cooperate a little bit with us, but we will see. You can kind of see the texture there. It doesn't look that off from what is there to begin with. I really like it. I really like it. I think we did a very, very good job on the front side of it. And I'm very much looking forward to actually doing the back, adding some of the cuts that we did here. Because we figured out, basically, as we were doing this, how to really do those kind of wood grain style cuts. And again, it turns out it's a lot less difficult than we thought it would be. I mean, even this is looking pretty nice right now. We'll see if we even actually need any moss later on. We might be able to do this well enough that we can get away with keeping it all visible. But I guess we'll see. All right. It's kind of giving wood carving a whole nother meaning. It definitely feels like. But I mean, hey, it's a fun process. It's just more sculpting, basically. Sometimes, you know, we just connect it to the existing detail, and it seems so much more deliberate, like it was meant to be there. Try to like do this little trick here. Actually, it doesn't look bad. You know, I did the little partition lines in some of the wood grain, and I connected one of the side cuts to it, and it looks pretty nice. Looks fairly believable. And now I'm just gonna score a bunch of fine lines all across it for that final, like, wooden texture, basically. Even the back is looking rather promising, I would say. Oh no, we broke up a little part of the root. Not really an issue. I don't think this thing would be 100% intact after being used as a club, as it turns out, so. Just basically clawing away at it like a cat would at this point. Yeah, that was actually pretty easy, as it turns out. And it looks very, very promising. I like it. I like it a lot. Now, how do I put this down so that it doesn't get touched by anything? Oh, it actually stays just like that. Very, very nice. Do you think our green stuff is maybe... What green stuff? Our super glue is maybe dry enough so that we can green stuff over it? I mean, this is. And is this? Kind of seems like it might be, actually. Funnily enough. Huh. Alrighty. Well, let's try to build him a wrist, shall we? It's gonna be a little interesting, to say the least. Which is also kind of why I want to get it out of the way immediately. So I put that there. This gets down here. Pull that all the way to the side. Pull this all the way here. And then put that there. And yeah, now that that's all done, comes the interesting part where we actually have to move it into position properly. Poke it and prod it into place. Again, this isn't texturing just yet. We're mostly just moving the thing so that it is where we need it to be. we kind of see how that's going to go together now. So let's actually go about and finally start a little bit of texturing. And this is going to be one of those parts where after pinning, we will most likely have to bust out a little bit more green stuff, actually, to interconnect these parts, because right now we're kind of working blind, realistically. But we kind of sort of have to, because, again, instead of just like gluing it together and whatnot and then trying to work in a much more difficult position, I am being responsible and saying, hey, also from a structural perspective, this would be so much more stable if this was just pinned. So let's, you know, proceed like that instead. And I'm just gonna give it a very basic, like gnarled, leathery skin kind of texture. Nothing too fancy. It's very, very small, so I don't even know if I'll actually show it to the camera. I'm not really trying to deny it because it doesn't look good. It's more so a case of like, based on previous parts, the texture doesn't show up that well, the fine texture that we're working with here. Like, I'll put it up to the camera if you like, but I don't think there's going to be a lot visible here. I made like a little pit that I kind of want to maybe keep, but I'm not sure. A part of me wants to add like an arrow to it later, just to show how little he cares. Like, he has an arrow in the wrist, but more than likely it's going to get covered up by the roots that will be hanging around there. Well, actually branches in this case. So I wonder if this shows up at all. I don't know, but maybe. It's just a little wrist. It looks like a wrist, as you imagine. It's got a little bit of a texture now, though. And like I said, eventually we're gonna have to, like, once we're done painting it, we're gonna have to maybe do a little bit more green stuffing or gap filling to figure out how it's actually gonna go together. But that's fine. That's completely okay. I'm very, very happy that this like now exists on him. We are fast running out of green stuff. Nice. Seems you're progressing as well. Yeah, Ren, absolutely. Absolutely. Trying to make progress on the man. I'm thinking we should be able to finish his green stuffing tonight, but we'll just have to mix another batch, because I only have this much, this little tiny glob in between my fingers. Try to see if there's something we can really use it for. But I'd much rather essentially get one nice little tentacle for the other leg. I guess for one side of his arm it might be enough, now that I'm looking at it. It might also, you might be able to press it into the perfect shape. Let's do that. Let's do the back side of his arm slash bicep. What are you working on, Ren, by the way? Because you may make it sound like you're also working away at something. Is it classified? Is it Pathfinder stuff? And I mean, in the meantime, my big lizard is totally wet, so I'll let him dry and call it a day. Have fun playing around with your wood, PogChamp. I mean, that's probably the best comment I've ever received. So thank you. Thank you for that. The artistry that went into it, it's definitely a 5 out of 7 type of comment. I mean, I'm always glad to learn about your lizard, as they say. And I mean, hey, I hope you had a good time. Still working on the magma drop. Ah, I see. The good old fire lizard. It's a very pretty model. Like, it's definitely a model I like. Still very much debating whether or not I want a Leviathan or a Magma Droth as like a trophy kill for my Beast Smasher. Can't seem to decide. So maybe 2 more sessions and it's done. I mean, hey, that sounds like you're pretty close then at that point. From what I'm reading, it sounds like you've done basically all the washes, right? And that's probably like drying right now. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. The fun part is about to begin at that stage. I always really enjoy the highlighting, so let's see if we can maybe do some kind of texture on this bicep, shoulder kind of area. Yeah, we can. We can just claw in, like, slice it, claw in a little bit of detail. Again, like weather-worn boots is mostly what this is gonna look like. And I think that's fine. For a Gargant, it's absolutely fine. Yeah, me too. The throne will take some time, add some extra shields and books, but it will be fun. I mean, hey, if you convert something, it usually takes more effort than if you had just left it, you know, stock. But it always looks better, I think. Even the worst conversion genuinely tends to look better than the stock thing, because you know, like, someone at least sat down and did something with it, you know? Makes it a little bit more exciting. I think the extra effort is always, like, worth it. And, you know, I believe you're one of those people that it's kind of redundant to tell, but, you know, you're supposed to enjoy the painting process more than anything. You're supposed to get some joy out of bringing life to your models. Some people forget about that, but luckily I don't think you have that issue. I think you enjoy painting, which is why you do so much of it. Oh, this actually shoulder, like, doesn't look that bad. It looks kind of decent. Nice. Nice. So what do we actually need? We need a little bit of green stuff, to be sure, because we still have his leg, and we still have the other side of the arm, the profile side, if you will. And in order to do that, I am gonna open up this thing. Let's see, we'll move this here because it's in a less precarious position. How much stuff do we need? Hard to say, hard to say. I mean, worst case scenario, I think we can still use it on the previous guy, maybe make some straps and whatnot. Yeah, I love the results. He's going to be a younger Drake. His name is Spark. Oh, that's nice, that's nice. I think having the lore is always a good idea. It can definitely influence the painting. But for now, heading to bed. See ya. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Get some good rest, man. I'll catch you later. Alright, I think we started off with a piece a little bit bigger than this one. So maybe this will be fine. In fact, it's way too much now that I'm looking at it. Mixing green stuff is not exactly the pinnacle of fun, but I think if we don't want to be as wasteful, we should try to do it like this. Get only what we need. We can always kind of go back. Wish I knew how to, like, properly cut this shit, man. His center often starts curing anyway, because it's the activator and the actual thing touching, essentially. One of the downsides of packaging it this way. But it is usually how it's done, in GW's defense, and also in this case Army Painter's defense, I guess. Okay, so we got just a little bit of green stuff ready to go now. I'm gonna mix it, and if it's only enough for the leg, then hey, we'll just do the leg and then we'll make some more. And if it's only enough for the arm, we'll only do the arm and then mix some more. It's totally fine. I'd rather, you know, use less than what we like waste the stuff, basically. It's not to say that it's, oh my god, super expensive, but hey, why waste it? It could be useful. And we need quite a huge amount for these conversions, as it turns out. Alrighty. Gonna be a little different shade, because obviously the ratio is different. I did watch a video from, I think it was Goobertown Hobbies, actually. Don't know if they're active on Twitch. I know they have a very active YouTube presence, for sure. But the guy was explaining that essentially he did a bunch of actually, you know, like actual experiments to see whether or not the ratio of activator to I guess, the epoxy, like how it influences the quality. And rather than the quality, the characteristics of the green stuff that is created. And I mean, he had some interesting conclusions, for sure. Like, basically, this stuff, probably the reason why it's packaged the way it is actually packaged is because the ratio, like, it's supposed to be 50-50, but if it's something like 40-60 in either direction, it still works. Which is obviously ideal, because it means that you can mess up like I just did. Like, this is a slightly different shade of color than we had before. Not, like, bad enough, we're like, oh my god, what are we doing? But it's still different, and that's okay. Once again, I'm going to use my very professional measurement of knife lengths. So that's about 3.5, I'd say. So a little bit more. I think we might have gotten the perfect amount of green stuff. Like, I don't want to call it, but I got a real good feeling about this. Because that's 1, 2, 3, yep. That looks like very little that I just, you know, cut off there. That will be left after this. But trust me, we don't need that much for the final little piece. And I mean, hey, if it turns out we still need this, it's okay. We can make more. We have plenty currently, thankfully. We're just being environmentally conscious, if anything. Trying not to use, like, more than we need. So this needs to be a little on the thicker side. Let's, like, restart the shaping process. And maybe we can have, like, a little taper in here. Might change the amount that we need, but hey, again, we can fix that later. Until it's really pressed into shape and starts, you know, curing completely, we can safely do whatever we please with this. And even then, it's not exactly set in stone. Let me wet both of my fingers so that we can safely touch this. Okay, that's actually looking pretty good. I'm also pressing it into shape now. And it worked out perfectly, actually. Very nice, very nice. So now it's time to smooth it out, is the next step, as we've done a number of times before tonight. Gonna push more inwards, get it nice and set. We're not looking to have a little, like, tentacly thing on there. We're looking to make this look like it's part of his actual appendage. It's just a part of his leg that, you know, was built after the fact in our case, but in universe, this is how his leg just has looked forever, and this is what we're gonna try to convey. And this is the easy part. I mean, the texturing is not that difficult either, to be real with you. It has not been particularly difficult doing this, and I'm very, very happy about that. Just pull that. Kind of leave that there. Very nice. Yeah, I'm having a great time just doing this, and it's been going a lot smoother than I thought that it would initially. Like, I'm actually somewhat blown away. I also looked up a little tutorial for green stuff fur, because I don't think I've ever actually, like, done fur with green stuff. I've not sculpted fur before. Didn't have to in the past, but we might try it tonight. Because, you know, we do have the little pelt that he's supposed to wear. And by little, I mean, you know, giant size, obviously, in his case, but you get my drift. That is something we would need to do as well, if we want to call this guy complete. Yeah, this is looking really promising, actually. I'm gonna wet my left hand fingers as well, in case I decide to hold on to the model in a place that has already gotten green stuff work, so that, you know, it doesn't immediately ruin what we might have achieved in the past. Just a little bit of foresight. Again, I'm not smart, but I do have 2 brain cells that maybe can do a little bit of thinking, apparently, and realize when I'm about to fuck up. Sometimes. Sometimes, I'm saying, but not always, but that's okay. As we established, making mistakes is a-okay. It's how we learn. Okay, that's actually smoothed out really, really nicely. I really like it. His knee looks believable right now. A little messed up because of the cuts and whatnot, but still pretty good. Let's see, I need to go from the other angle here. Kinda put back these little Not really cuts, but folds on the back. This can actually kind of stay here. This little chunk here. It adds something to this model that I kind of dig. On the inside here, just gonna claw away at it a little. Just add some random texturing, some random little pitting, stuff that we've done before, basically. Okie dokie. Let's see, are there any other like lines that we can just like continue? Yeah, there's actually a ton over on the side here. Works pretty nicely. You just basically have to pay a little attention to the existing detail and use it to your advantage. Make some scars, some more like pock marks. Make him look nice and weather-beaten, war-torn even. Again, I'm gonna get some water on my other hand, just to be on the safe side. Actually looks super nice, wow. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay. Bro, that was super fast, and it looks actually good. I like it. Probably went a little too hard in places, like overly deep detail. But again, it's gonna like disappear as we, you know, do our gap filling. But I do want you to take a look, if you can, however slightly visible it might be. Look at that. It's gonna focus. Yeah, you can see some of that detail. And it doesn't look half bad, I would say. It's actually pretty decent, I would think. I'm into it. I'm into it. It's basic stuff, but I like it. Now, do we have enough green stuff for this particular bit here? The actual other part of the arm. Perhaps not. Not with this, I don't think. Now that I'm looking at it. There's a chance that we don't. So what do we do at that point? I mean, we can obviously just get more green stuff and mix it. It's totally fine. How much more do we need? Not a lot, actually, compared to this. But if we're gonna make a bunch of fur over here, because this is like half of it, you know what? Let's actually get some more green stuff. We're clearly gonna need it. Need dry fingers for this, otherwise, you know, the activation process ends up happening. And I think we got started on this side. We're gonna need a big piece for this upcoming section if we do intend to actually build that fur on his back, the giant pelt that he has. Alright, let's see, put it back, and now we mix. We can also, once it has been mixed, introduce the existing green stuff that we have. I actually really like the texturing we've been able to do on this lad. I like it a lot. Looks believable, I would say, in a lot of these places. I mean, he had a relatively simple pose. When you think about it, if we don't account for the tree that we put together out of two separate components, we didn't have that much work to do on him. is basically the 2 legs, a little section of feet, wrist, and like 1 arm. That's not that much, if anything. But hey, it's not much, but it's honest work, as they say. I'll still actually have to settle down and look through the assembly instructions for the Mega Gargons relatively soon, too, because there's a bunch of little bits we never glued on. And I think later on, like right now, it's not that noticeable, but I think when we get to the painting phase, we might in fact notice some of the lack of detail, if anything. And I mean, hey, we don't really lack that detail. We actually have it. It's just, you know, we haven't put it on yet, is the thing. But we have it, and therefore we could put it on. It wouldn't be that difficult to do, in fact. But hey, we'll get to that. We will get to that in not so long, I would say. For the time being, though, this green stuff mixed rather nicely. And I will put this in here, join it back into the larger collective, as they say. And yeah, we're gonna start with, instead of the fur, we're gonna start with the bicep, which is the last, you know, part of him that needs to be done. I think of a piece this size, it might be good. I'm gonna dip this in water in the meantime. Just let it do its thing. Not dry out completely. I think this is too much. Like, I think this is actually too much green stuff. But I have a trick that we can do that might help us with the anatomy as well, based on what I'm seeing here. Allow me to just look at one thing real quick. Alrighty. So what I'm gonna do now is, with this arm especially, from the profile view, he has a very, very visible bicep. Now we were able to move and slice the model in such a way that his shoulder, like, we don't have to green stuff anything around his shoulder, just underneath it, which is ideal for us because it makes things a little bit easier. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna basically follow anatomy and first off, we're gonna add the actual, like, forearm part. We're gonna basically leave the bicep last, because then it's going to be very easy to leave it as a bulging bicep, which is kind of what he already has going on, incidentally, so it's not really an original idea to do that. It's more so he's already kind of got that going on. But I will place this thing in here. His armpit right now is kind of what we're working away on, and that doesn't look half bad. Just need a little bit of, like, texture, pitting, whatever. Just working some micro textures in here. I think because of the armpit, it would be easiest to do like a kind of radiating outward texture almost from the pit. So that was real simple. Kind of tough and leathery. Can maybe do a little bit better, a little bit more. In fact, I know that we can, so let's actually do that. Looks a little bit better. And now comes the interesting part of the bicep. So the bicep has a particular shape to it that we want to essentially have. It's already there for us to use. We just have to essentially rebuild it a little bit, however small, so that we get slightly better look for it. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, I guess is what I'm suggesting. We merely have to slap them on. The difficulty is, as I mentioned, is that his shoulder is already in the right spot. So we're basically like gonna put this on. Let me real quick like guess it could be like kind of one piece-ish. Okay. We might sacrifice some of his shoulder definition for just better looking bicep. This is like a little difficult because he's also got like all sorts of straps on his arm, and we're not trying to get rid of those. It's quite the opposite. I want to leave those mostly intact, if anything. I think it's mostly working out pretty well though. And I mean, I'm gonna grab this little probe to try to give myself like a little guiding line here. Smush that in there. Gives us the division point that we needed, which is ideal. Kind of smush this out, taper it into the shoulder. Nice, so it doesn't look unnatural anymore, not as unnatural at least. This back here. And now that we have that, we do need just the regular straight probe to add like a ton of detail here. And of course, we can always like come back to this and add a ton of little shields, actual green stuff straps as well, if we really desire to do that. Obfuscate some more of our work if we don't think it's up to par. But I don't know, it doesn't look that awful right now, so. Trying to model back the shoulder and the bicep like division a little bit. Remains to be seen if it'll like be proper, but we're trying. We're definitely trying. Okay, I think a little bit of a bulgy muscle kind of thing, but I think once his tree is on his shoulder, it's gonna take the attention away from it. And I'm not trying to cope and say like, oh, that's the best we can do, because no, we could clearly do like a little better, but it doesn't look bad. And it looks animically sound enough to be properly believable. So let me show you what we basically achieved. So you can kind of see it there. Some fine lines in there, perhaps too fine for like a muscle group, but it's mostly workable, I think. Mostly believable, and because we use two separate components to build it, it looks a little bit more believable. So we have the wrist, we have the armpit, we have the bicep, we have both like legs, the feet. It's all here. This man is taking shape right before our eyes. I'm gonna reactivate the big piece of green stuff that we have here. And we're gonna try to make it a certain shape. It's gonna be the exact shape we need, hopefully. It's kind of what we're gunning for right now. so that we can put this on and maybe start working some fur texture in here. I've never really done this before, so it could be disastrous, but I'm, you know, open to try. The shape isn't the right yet, but we can change that very easily. Now there's a couple knots here because of the like activator and the epoxy meeting. Hopefully that will not like get in the way of our progress. We will see. So we just jam this in here. It looks nothing like fur. It's just a bunch of green stuff right now. But that's okay. And the little tutorial I saw said to do little holes, and then we'll basically use those to pull it apart and make like wispy fur. So that's what I'm gonna do. Right now, I'm just gonna add a row of holes, and then another, and then another, and then another. We're gonna keep going basically to set this up for ourselves. Turn it into fur. Hopefully the volume of this is enough everywhere so that we can actually like pull it apart. And if not, we'll just like rip it off. That's the beauty of green stuff though, that we'll just rip it off and like redistribute it basically. Apparently it curing in the meantime is also not necessarily something bad, because it's going to mean that it's going to be easier to like do the pulling motion to get those strands of hair basically, or in this case strands of fur, I suppose. And we'll see like how natural we find this. Honestly, the wood texture we had to do earlier was also completely new, and it went like perfectly fine for us, so I'm kind of positive that this will go just as nicely. And again, we cannot discount the fact that this is a large enough model where we can add all sorts of nonsense on top of it still, if we really so desire. So I guess what I'm trying to say with that is basically if this doesn't end up looking the exact way we want, I mean, we can just tear it off, start again. That's not a big deal. But more importantly, we can add skulls on top of it, we can add other bits on top of it, we can add like the shield back, we can do so much. We don't really have to be worried that whatever we do has to be the final detail. Like, if we're not, you know, proficient enough sculptors to essentially rely upon our sculpting work to be the star of the show, which I don't think we are, then we don't need to. We don't need to do that. We can just let the actual bits do the talking for us. We can add trophies, we can add loot, we can add a number of things. And I mean, hey, if we need to, we will. It's just that simple. But right now, we're doing little holes. Series of holes. I think we're about halfway through. I'm gonna turn him around. Again, I'm gonna wet my fingers, even on the other hand, which is just holding the model. Precaution, in case we do touch the model in a place where we shouldn't. And, you know, keep on boring these holes. And then we'll tease it apart, basically. Perhaps some more green stuff would have been necessary here. We'll see. I'm not exactly worried. It's gonna look the way it looks, and like I said, if it's bad, we'll redo it. Got plenty of time. No need to be nervous, basically. Just doing our thing, enjoying ourselves. That's what we came here to do. That's what we're about to do. That's what we're in the process of doing. Pretty fantastic. So I cannot complain. Let's see. Okay, let's see if we can actually like do this. Should maybe follow the direction that he already has going. Don't want to make judgment yet because we're not yet in some of the other parts of it where there's less green stuff covering it. The parts where we use like fatty green stuff, this is definitely going to work. No doubt about it. But we'll have to see if, you know, it's going to work in the other parts as well. So if we gotta do teardown, then it is what it is, but right now we can mostly get away with this, like it's not the best fur, but I think it is kind of looking like fur. It's gonna look better once we get another row going of it, for sure. Then we'll have the little, like, volume effect. Let's see, once again, keep the left hand wet as well, so that we don't mess up our existing work. It's even kind of working in the places where we didn't have that much green stuff to begin with. Try to interconnect it more to the bottom here. Actually, this might work properly. Just gotta like connect it like this, and then I think it's gonna look actually pretty nice. So the very beginning of this is relatively promising looking, actually. And we can, I think, still tease apart the rest of it even better. Yeah, this is actually pretty fun. Just trying to like pull it up and out basically to actually make that fur like stand up. So another thing I'm kind of considering here, which is grabbing the tree that we have with the explicit purpose of placing it on top of this, however briefly, so we can kind of get like a look at how it would sit, with the primary purpose of making sure that it can sit flush against this. But I mean, we'll see if we actually end up doing that. Right now I'm just pulling these holes that I made apart with the express purpose of hopefully creating like a fur texture kind of thing. I mean, mostly it's working. Again, this so far has been a little bit easier than I thought it would be, which is a good thing, by the way. I'm not complaining. I'm gonna do a little like trick here, I guess, if we can call it a trick. I'm gonna start at the bottom here and ease the fur into the existing texture. And then the stuff that we work at the top is gonna be more volumetric, I think, compared to this. At least that's the hope. We'll see if it actually ends up working. So far it seems to work pretty okay, actually. Maybe I should remove some of the green stuff from the prod that we have here, or prode. Once again, make sure our other fingers are wet so that don't end up losing detail that we worked so hard on getting there in the first place. I mean, hey, it's not gonna look as nice as the existing fur that was there, but I believe even when I was building the model I mentioned that that fur looked frankly incredible. But it is going to be fur nonetheless. And that cannot be denied. So we're going to make the most out of it for sure. Yeah, we're gonna do like a lot of these like pulling motions, and we're gonna go back and forth, I think, a little on the parts that we've finished, quote unquote, to make sure that it looks as good as we can make it. But yeah, no, we can make fur for him, absolutely. The beauty of this is, like, the way the green stuff looks when it gets a little frayed as we pull it actually adds to the effect. So, right now, we kind of use the material's basic, you know, characteristics for our uses, which I think is always a big positive. And again, we're kind of looking to do what we did on the skin texture, which was texture overload. We also ideally end up in a situation where we can get this thing to look like proper frayed, unkempt fur, kind of by adding so much fraying and whatnot that you know, your mind like course corrects, auto corrects it enough to be believable. So that's what I'm doing right now. I would have a very difficult time showing this on camera while I'm doing it, unfortunately. So that's why you're gonna have to settle for the play-by-play, basically. But yeah, we're making some thing that might look like fur in a little bit. And that's good, because that's what we set out to do. I'm also trying to not make the rows so uniform, so that it looks less like, you know, someone poked a bunch of holes as guidelines and then teased them apart, and more like really rough textured fur. It actually doesn't look half bad. I think if we get all the holes teased out, I'll show you where I'm at right now, which is any second now. My eyes are kind of getting lost in the texture a little bit. Could have something to do with the time as well, to be honest with you, but... Let's see, any other super obvious little just things that we haven't really teased apart. Not that many, not that noticeable anymore. Okay. I'm liking this actually. Yeah, it's not the best fur, but it's not bad though. Let's add a little bit more like texture to it even. See if we can identify any other kind of telltale sculpting signs. Make sure they're not that visible. I think we might have done it, but yeah, so very, very simple stuff. I'm gonna still do one more thing on this side that I'm not like quite satisfied with. Just teasing it apart a little bit more. bit weird why it would look like this, to be real. Actually, but I think we can get away with it, though. I think we should be able to get, like, away with it. Okay. This is gonna be so much fun to dry brush. Yeah, I think we've kind of done what we wanted to do. Perhaps here we can still do some, but so this is what we were able to pull off. Allow me to do this so that I have better reaction time. But yeah, it's fur. It's a little furry kind of texture. Definitely lots and lots of texture. And that's just what we wanted, actually. Now, there's still a number of things we could do with this to take it to the next level. But I'm kind of liking it because at the end of the day, we're still going to have the tree that we worked on go on top of this. If anything, I want to mess around with the back a little bit more, because this part of it is going to be most visible, I think. So let's like tease it apart, pull it apart a little bit. Yeah, the green stuff, as it's curing, is actually helping us a lot to achieve this. Yeah, I think we did what we wanted to do. I think we were able to pull off what we wanted to actually do here. If we really, really want to, we can add like a skull or something and then like strap it onto it, make it look like it's just a part of it, but I dig it. I dig it a lot, actually. He's got a nice little pelt going on there. All of his other like structural locations have been taken care of, including his weapon. So, to recap, once again, I will move over to the OBS cam here. I'll move this out of the way, however briefly. So, this is Marnock's strong arm in its current shape. So, he's got a brand new wrist, he's got brand new knees, he's got a brand new foot, which is what we started with, that might be fully cured. He's got a little bit of action going on in the back too, and he's got like a furry coat slash cloak slash whatever that might see some more stuff added to it. And we also did a bunch of stuff on his tree here, which he will use as a club. He also has a hand, obviously. Needless to say, a hand exists as part of this equation. Allow me to pick up a little piece for one of the probes. And yeah, he's gonna hold this like that. I'm gonna touch it to him and not, not without his hand. But that's gonna be his final position. And once all of this stuff is actually cured, we're gonna glue that. We're gonna pin and glue that into place. And he's gonna look magnificent. Truly, staggeringly, beautifully magnificent. So, with that in mind, and way past the 4-hour mark, I think it's time for us to say goodnight, actually, for the time being. I'm very, very happy with today's stream. I think we did some amazing work. The news show that we did was very energetic. It's very on brand for me, for sure. There were a couple moments of dead silence near the end here, but I mean, hey, I do get tired after about 4 hours in. We were also doing some stuff we've not done before. But I think we had some quality commentary, for sure. And I mean, hey, if I think so, maybe you think so too. But the biggest thing that I'm grateful for is that you showed up in the first place, dear viewer. And I mean, hey, hopefully that can keep happening in the future. And I mean, I can only hope that you enjoyed sticking around in this little stream of mine. As much as I had fun, you know, just talking about stuff and making progress. And if you did, like, hey, maybe consider popping back in some other time. I do try to go live every now and then with some amount of regularity. So no promises, but I will be back. I don't believe we will be raiding anyone at this time, which I think is okay. Nothing wrong with not raiding anybody. But once again, thank you for tuning in. I will be back most likely on Thursday, aka February 2nd. But if you want constant updates about when I might be live, then my Twitter might be a good place for you to follow. And I would like to wish you a wonderful evening. See you guys later.
Here is the safest place to be, in the modern home on wheels. Under you is a rigid steel foundation. Steering controls anchored to the frame. Dependable brakes to stop you safely in every emergency. Knee action to keep you steady over the bumps and set you down easy in case of a blowout.
We have just an ordinary day, ordinary traffic, yet any number of these drivers are potential killers. Here's one of them. He doesn't look like a killer, does he? That is why ordinary tires are not enough. That is why ordinary tires are not enough.
Let's get out of here before somebody gets hurt.